here on May 14th, Tuesday, May 14th, and we have a full board. I guess before we begin, I'd like to welcome, we have a representative from our town council's office. Could you mind introducing yourself to the audience, please?
Happy to, and thank you. Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board and staff. My name is Brian Winter from town council's office, Mead, Tallerman, and Costa.
Thank you, Brian. And we also have Michael Utley with us, joining us as an alternate. Welcome, Michael. Thank you for being with us. So, we're gonna skip item 1 and go straight to number 2 and reopen the public hearing for the project at 412 Nason Street, the Mass Wellspring project, continued from April 23rd. Hello and welcome.
Thank you. And Mr. Chair, members of the board, town staff, thank you for inviting us back. After the last meeting, we met with a few people. We talked to the landlord. The landlord is willing to amend the lease and include 6 Nason Street. So we can use 6 Nason Street as a waiting area, purely designated as a waiting room and pre-ID check. And then once the ID has been checked for the person, they're let into 4 Nason Street. So we would use 6 Nason Street as a entryway and 4 Nason Street as an exit door. I spoke with also another few people. Spoke with a buildings commissioner and also confirmed the occupancy, rough estimate of the occupancy we can provide, and we believe that we can host roughly 25 people by adding 6 Nason Street. And, so this is outside.
That's 25 additional to what you previously were, or 25 total?
The occupancy rate for that facility, not any customers throughput, is basically at a single time we are allowed to have roughly 25 people in that unit.
In 6 and 4 combined?
Well, we need to determine exactly the square footage, but it was based on 1 person per 60 square feet, I believe it is. And then depending on how much storage area we have, that's a different ratio. So we need to determine exactly, but we can definitely fit roughly 25 people, customers, in the waiting area. And as you can see on the screen, the 6 Nason Street is the unit next door. Oops. So the door to the right, you don't really see it there, but that's the entryway, and then the door under Wellspring, that would be the exit where the customers would walk out. So people would walk in to the right at 6 Nason Street and come out at 4 Nason Street.
2 separate doors.
Correct. Because between 4 and 6 Nason Street is basically an old door that we can just open up. So it basically looks like this, a little bit wider doorway, actually.
Bill, do you have the remote or something for this thing?
We have the banner came up on this TV, I think this monitor.
We end it to 4, 6. Yeah, we'll ask council.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So this is basically a layout, a rough layout of the area. So you see the 6 Nason Street, that would be the entryway. We would check the ID for all the customers walking in to make sure they're 21 or older. And then we have that entire area as a waiting area. And then once they're checked, they will be led into the area to the left. And that would be the sales area.
Is there a pointer we can maybe give the applicant? The mouse, maybe? Does the mouse? Is there a mouse?
We have one on there.
Long stick?
Double check, Mr. Chair.
Just thought maybe you could kind of walk the path so everyone can understand fully what you're, because I think I understand, but I just want to make sure.
There used to be laser pointers up here.
Yeah, they don't work on screens.
Yeah.
There's no mouse. Is that mouse Bill?
Yeah, I see the little hand.
but it's just way in the back there.
Probably adjust it according to here. Oh, is that?
Or maybe you could just describe it again with more, verbal cues so everyone can clearly understand what you're,
I think they had miles last time.
either way.
But, I don't think. Oh, wait a minute. Seems to be a pointer on this one.
Which jump
I actually have it here. I don't have it over there.
Okay, all right.
Yep. Or maybe, Bill, you could drive the mouse while,
I can show you over here.
sure.
So this is the
So, I'm sorry, he's got it figured out.
Oh, thank you. All right, so basically, this is the entryway. This is the entry of 6 Nason Street. We would check the ID upon entry,
Great.
and then basically they can wait in this area, the entire facility, the entire unit, and then they're let in through this door, and we have more waiting area after they have been verified, authenticated that are 21 or older. And the sales counter will be up here. Once they complete the sales, they will exit from at 4 Nason Street.
Thank you.
There's actually a doorway in the back as well that we could use as well. So we could actually use 2 entryway here. We would would have to add maybe a second station, but we could use that as a entry or exit way as well. So people could actually go in and out through the back. I'm not sure. We need to check with the police chief if he is okay with it, but that's a possibility as well.
Okay.
So that's pretty much what I have in terms of new information. So
Okay. Thank you. Bill, I understand you have some information you'd like to share?
Based on the board's direction, at our last meeting, I did reach out to all of the other towns that have the recreational marijuana establishment. That was Salem, Lowell, and Hudson. In addition, I also visited Brookline. In each case, none of the towns reported they had appointments. None of them kept the appointments, but a couple of them did start with it, but they've all been removed at this point. As far as I asked them also if there was anything that they thought that they had missed that they would recommend for us, they thought would help. And I read over our draft conditions and some of the additional items that we've discussed subsequent to our last meeting, and in their opinion, they were impressed and felt that took care of every possible action. But they did, in all cases, they've eventually, within weeks, seemed to have removed the appointments.
So to be clear, you shared with them the conditions that we have currently as in draft form, proposed conditions, I guess, and that's what they were commenting on.
Correct.
Okay? That was the case from all 3 or 4 of those locations. Sounds like. So yeah, just to refresh everyone, those are some additional questions, or I guess Bill was seeking to answer some additional questions that came up at the last meeting. And I appreciate that input.
Thank you, Bill.
I guess anyone up here have any questions at this time?
Back to my question from the previous session regarding the 4 to 12 Nason Street. If we could just redress that.
Isn't it that's the plot number?
So I just want to make sure council's up to speed on this too. The application is for 4 to 12 Mason Street, which I believe is the property boundary. and Bill, fill in as I miss this, but 4 to 6 now is what I would understand to be the current property addresses or the current building spaces that are being addressed in this application. So I'm just curious which one will be on the final application or the final permit, the final approval?
Well, yeah, I think that would depend on what the board ultimately decides. If 6 Nason Street, I mean, it's been advertised as 4 to 12, which would, the whole block, I mean, essentially. And I think if council, I mean, it would just be a question of what the board's purview, if they wanted to just say 4 to 6, the permit was good for 4 to 6 Nason Street, or?
Sure, if I can respond to that. There's 2 levels that I think you're probably asking about. One is a notice question. So you've added an address number. So you got to make sure the application you have before you is proper and the proper people have been notified. And what I think I just heard is that it's inclusive of what you've already noticed. So that's not the issue that you need to be concerned with. And the second one is, what would your eventual decision actually reflect? And that's really going to be contingent upon how much or how little of the site you're going to include within the purview of your jurisdiction over this. So you can extend it as far as you need to in order to make sure you've captured enough to make it subject to your special permit eventually. So if you're using all of those addresses, you're going to identify the assessor's map and parcel, the block numbers, and you're going to identify the actual tenant spaces that you're regulating here. So you need to make sure that it's all within that umbrella. So I don't think you have to worry about being necessarily over-inclusive, because you know what you're talking about in terms of the floor plan, the site plan that you're dealing with. So you just want to make sure that you are inclusive enough that you're not regulating areas that you haven't identified.
So we could have 4 to 6, and that would be problem.
You could.
Is there any reason to carry 4 to 12? I know you're not.
Not if you're not regulating outside. I mean, once you've identified the addresses and the locations that you're regulating, you're not gaining any advantage, by adding in an area that's outside the scope of the special permit. The one caveat to that would be you'd probably want to get some feedback from the applicant if there's a future plan, if there's something that you want to, make an accommodation for. If it's a holdover space, a reserve space for something that they're going to approach you, on, maybe you want to make some note of it. But there's no legal, need to address building space or property that's not going to be subject to your jurisdiction.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have nothing further.
Thanks. Andrew? Jim?
I just have a question, and more of a question in my mind than anything else. We had originally been talking about limiting the appointments to 3 per station or attendant during that time. But giving this some thought and treating this as a business, not something that is not it could be a clothing store or something else. It appears that the average transaction from the research I've done is about 5 minutes when somebody is at the counter and is buying the product, which is already being pre-packaged and all. And assuming that it takes some time to get in and get out, that might be as much as 10 minutes. I think restricting the appointments to 3 an hour is too restrictive. And I'd like to see us think about something on the tune of 5 to facilitate a flow coming in and coming out. And providing a method that the business can survive and survive properly. So I'd like to throw that out for
Thank you.
discussion.
So, I'll just back up for a second, maybe talk a little bit about how we move forward. What Jim was referring to, we are going to loop back on when we go through each of the conditions, right? So some of the proposed conditions have proposals about some of the details that Jim was speaking to, and we'll take that into consideration when we're looking at that particular condition. I guess we're going to go to the public and hear from the public. It sounds like the applicant has given all of his provided all of his information at this point. Bill or Wayne, do you guys have anything else that you want to
I
add?
just have a point of clarification, first for Jim, on Jim's,
One per.
on Jim, just so I'm clear, okay, we originally, in the draft, it was 15-minute blocks with 3 individuals, customers per block. You're saying 5?
I think that we can accommodate 5
Okay.
per block, or at least 5 per hour per attendant.
Per attendant, okay.
It's a little different. I think it's
Well, that's 5 blocks,
12-minute blocks, right? Is that what that is?
Yes.
Or 5 blocks, or
Yes.
5 people in 15-minute blocks. Or
Yes.
12, so there's 2 ways to go about it, right? You can either change the time or you can change the volume, right? They get to the same place in
I
the
guess what I'm
end.
saying, Andrew, is I think that we could accommodate more
Right,
in that given hour,
right.
depending upon how many attendants he has. And
And
still,
it's just, are you changing, figure 1 or figure 2 of the
Yeah,
little
however
multiplication
you-
problem?
Okay. And the second point, and that's Wayne, if, did you have any more about the sign?
So, the only 2 comments I have, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we talked about pedestrian safety signage. The only thing I guess I would request is that the board consider asking the applicant to basically commit to providing accommodations for figure 1 and figure 2, as previously provided to the board, which shows the proposed pedestrian and no stopping signs. And one other comment,
Yeah.
I hadn't talked about this before, but the applicant discussed it tonight. I took a look at the back of the facility, and we could certainly discuss this separately, or if it's something you want to pursue, but it's really not, there's really not a safe route, because there's some areas are paved, some areas are gravel, there's some funny drainage going on back there. I don't know if I'd want to promote that as a entrance. You know, deliveries and so forth are fine, but I don't know if I'd want to promote the back of that second building as an entrance at this time without at least investigating an actual access route first.
It didn't seem like it was a pressing need, right? It was just an option.
No, that's an option, so we're looking,
I think we want to look at it a little bit more, that's all.
That would be something that I would, to me, would need to have further consideration and with the plan and everything else. So that's not something I
Stay
think
for
is
this one too, right?
prevalent to discuss now.
Potentially a major change to the
Yeah,
special
it
permit.
seems like a distraction to
That's your first.
So
the
you
main
can,
thrust.
so I would say let's not discuss that, or come back
That's-
next
yeah.
time if you want.
that's fine.
How do you feel? You've already agreed to the figures? Is that-
Yeah, we discussed that with the police chief and traffic department, Wayne, and
No
so on. So,
issues, no
yep.
issues with those.
And Wayne, did you have an update based on the tree wells, as I recall, on
Yes,
figure 1 and 2? Should,
Thank you, Chris. So we're
Just wanna make sure we
proposing
get
to replant those trees rather than remove them. The original proposal was to remove them. After further discussion here and abroad, it was decided that the trees should be replanted with a species to be determined by DPW or planning.
Okay, thank you. So, this time, before we close the public hearing, we'll open it up to the public for any comment, and I think at that point, we will then consider closing the public hearing after any comments. Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
I do have a question, but my questions relate to both proposals for Wellspring and Green Star, so should I save my comments for later, or should I?
Probably not. I mean, if you want to comment on this project, then
Okay,
this
so
is the
I do
time.
have some comments. Sky Lucia, 21 River Street. So my house is, it abuts the property, which is a parking lot, which is town-owned parking lot. And I watched the March 23rd meeting where several people were talking about, hey, we can use that parking lot. We can have the employees park in that parking lot. We can direct customers to that parking lot. I'm very concerned that if you look at the space, it abuts my property, we're a family. It abuts my neighbor's. He's an elderly man. As it is now, there is little DPW observation of the space. There is, as far as I know, very little police detail or patrol of people in that lot. So I am very concerned that this is going to be a hangout, because as it is, I do the trash cleanup in that lot, and I'm finding all kinds of stuff in there that is pertaining to hanging out in that lot. So I am concerned about the level of traffic to that lot, where it's going to be literally in my backyard. So before anybody is saying, hey, let's go ahead and use that parking lot, I would like to hear how that sort of behavior would be addressed. Would we be able to have maybe some signage or increased police patrol? That's a primary concern of mine at this time.
Thank you. Can we, I know that was discussed, but has that,
I think we
Been
kind
codified
of
in any
discussed it and
way?
left it behind because there was no way to control the employee parking or to check or verify.
It was
Right.
more of a, yeah, it was more of an issue.
It was an idea, but I don't think it,
Yeah,
landed.
the idea was to encourage employees to, rather than, you know, for all businesses, not just to use that lot rather than
More
a
premium
central lot.
spots,
Right,
yeah.
and regarding as, you know, any issues with loitering or things like that, I made the police chief aware of that, and that's something we just have to keep an eye on, because obviously it's unacceptable.
and the trash too, obviously, is
Well, yeah.
someone should deal with
yeah,
that.
yeah. It's a little bit out of this board's purview, but it's
You
something
know
that I
people.
have kept the police chief in the loop for this conversation.
Well, so I guess a follow-up question would be to the two purveyors of the cannabis products. Will there be any proposed addressing of trash concerns, or will it be an assumption that the residents of Maynard or the DPW will be handling that?
Well, it's a public parking lot, so I think it would be, I don't see a way to practically say that one business or another business is going to be responsible for any trash there. For example, there's trash there now, we don't have a marijuana place, so, you know, I think that the best thing would be communicate with town hall if there's any issues, and we'll, I think, you know, I'll be happy to, well, you have my email, and I will make sure that it gets to the right people. If it's public works, where there's debris, if there's somebody hanging out or something that's not right. And I think it's also, it'd be something that we want to ensure that, I already told the police chief about the specific incident, but once the businesses are open, it'll be something that we'll make sure that they're aware of and that they're keeping an eye on. There's no reason that there should be any negative effect from that. That's, I understand your frustration completely, and we'll do what we can do at town hall. So far as just,
You have to give me a whistle and a badge, because I will be out there.
yeah, understood.
Excuse me, Bill?
Can I ask the applicant a question? Olaf, in response to that, I can't recall, when you did your parking accumulation study, did you consider that lot at all in your, I can't remember, I
Yes.
don't think you did, but you did?
Yes, we did.
Count that, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, excuse me, just a question or to Bill. We have a parking authority coming up, which I think is more something that your questions can be addressed to and maybe clarified and addressed properly, because you'll have an authority pertaining directly to that specific portion of our town.
Okay.
So I think that you're chase to them the next time around.
Okay.
That's a good point.
thank you. Any other comments? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Judy Burgess, North Street. I'm just trying to understand. So you have a waiting area now that approximately 25 people could be in, but it's 5 people you're proposing an hour. So 20 people are waiting, or is it, I don't understand. Can you explain that to me? And do these people, when they make appointments, say, okay, I'm coming and here's what I want to buy? I just want to ask that. I'm trying to understand this.
Well, we have the capacity of 25 people, but right now we're capped at 5, so we will only have 5.
Okay.
So we will have excess capacity.
And are you going to have public bathroom there and now that you have
No.
this extra space?
No, I don't believe so. No.
Okay.
Last comments from the public?
Yes, Sky Lucier, 21 River Street. I was looking at, I researched Massachusetts 105 CMR 725-110A-114, which is the law that talks about the definition of a school, and I'm confused about the where Maynard is in terms of the definition of a school versus the Massachusetts law. So from somewhere I learned or heard that the marijuana establishment cannot be, it's restricted to within 300 feet of a kindergarten K through 12. Am I right on that?
Correct.
Correct. Okay, is that a Maynard regulation?
Yes,
Okay.
it's based on the, originally it was based on the state statute, but Maynard had a determination that 300 feet was practical, given the size of the town.
Okay.
500 feet would result in a, basically, it would be unable to be cited anywhere. So that was the thinking at the time. That was a town meeting issue, right? It's not this board.
Okay, so I understand the definition does not include preschool or daycare, is that correct?
Correct.
And whereby is in the Massachusetts one, it does. Yeah, that's what I saw, and I have a copy of it here if you want to look at it. So now we're talking about the community school, which is about 100 feet across the street from your establishment. And I would just like to point out that the town has about 6 family-centered establishments for after-school weekend camp instruction to kids and teens within the downtown. Maker's Workshop, Video Signals Pottery Studio, 2 martial arts studios, Miss Trisha's Dance Studios, and a stringed instrument studio. So I'm just throwing it out there that it concerns me that while it's not specifically a K through 12 school, there are many types of after-school traffic coming into Maynard within very close proximity of the establishment.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
On that, what are the hours proposed for the business?
10 a.m. to 8 p.m.,
How many days a week?
7 days a week. Same hours we have in Acton.
It's also, just if I may, Mr. Chair, ultimately the hours, this board can put whatever hours they feel are appropriate. However, ultimately, I think the Board of Selectmen would be addressing that with their license as well. So that,
Right, so the 10 to 8 is a proposal. Yes. And that we will be considering that in our deliberations. Yes, Tim?
Tim Hess, Main Street. Happy to hear that the DPW plans to replace a couple of the trees that were in this location. Wayne, is that, or Bill or Greg or anybody, is that prompted by this application?
In this 4 trees in this specific, those specific areas are prompted by this application. There's other areas we need to address in a second.
Okay. Can you just point out where the 4 trees are?
I'll tell you the spot if you like. Because I don't know if we have this on the screen.
So it's 4.
It's on that side, correct.
So running from this side of the sort of southwest side of the crosswalk up toward both of Olaf's storefronts and then Rachel and these other 2 up there. Okay. And they're all 4 gone now?
Yeah, maybe I spoke out of 3 or 4, but they've been removed, and there's just empty tree left.
Okay. Got any more trees coming?
We have to pursue that separately. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to move that we close the public hearing for 4 to 12 Nason. Absent, oh, sorry, please.
Matthew Stansfield, 34 River Street. I just wanted to make a comment and a quick question regarding pedestrian safety. I think one of the great things about Maynard is that we have a lot of new families and a lot of families with young children. didn't know if there was any discussion about further pedestrian signage, since there, I guess, potentially could be more traffic. I don't know if this is the time to even bring that up, but it was a concern, or if there's, you know, when we have festivals as well, the main streets closed down. Obviously, we enjoy the businesses to be open during that time, but I didn't know if there was any sort of variance or anything like that, or consideration.
So the exhibits that were discussed, apologies for not having them available on the screen, but they're essentially based on, they were prepared by our consulting engineer, and it essentially outlines a number of signage improvements to the area, the vicinity of the project that are intended for that purpose.
There's three in one, 3 crosswalks at the main intersection of Mason and Main, and one on Main Street that will receive pedestrian crossing safety signs.
And that's, I mean, that's based on a thorough analysis of the need, right, in the area. So you looked comprehensively at, and this is what was determined to be required to add. So
one of the proposed conditions for this also require that the applicant provide signage as directed by DPW. So if there was a problem that was unanticipated down the line, there would be a mechanism to address that fairly, in a fairly simple manner, without going crazy and putting signs where we don't need them. But that's something that the board is prepared to take.
Sorry, one last question.
Yes.
I just need some clarification on the number of customers per hour for Wellspring.
Well, we will be deliberating, I guess, once we close the public hearing amongst ourselves. Currently, we have a draft of a condition that would define that, but we still
So I looked in the
discuss it.
proposal earlier, and I just wanted to see if my understanding was incorrect, because I looked at the meeting from last time, and if I understood, it was 12 customers per bud tender and 6 bud tenders. Is that not correct? No,
That might have been the initial proposal.
might have been the initial one.
We're talking, one of the staff recommendations was more on the order of 3 per 15-minute blocks.
3 per 15 minutes.
Yeah. But that's internal to the,
So it might be 3 or 5, but it's still up for consideration.
we're still up for consideration. But I think what you might be referencing was the initial proposal.
Yes, ma'am.
Kate Wheeler, Harrison Street. I was pleased to see or hear Tim address the trees, the missing trees, and we're really thrilled that Wayne spoke up for them, because that's our limited abatement for all the additional traffic. You know, the town is providing police support, the town is providing the parking. You know, this is the one thing that really we're getting back as pedestrians and, you know, downtown. And I just wanted to appeal for it not just to be trees, but it's what's under the ground that feeds and supports the trees that's as critical, probably more critical than even our choice of species. We've had failures throughout the downtown, and I would love to see for our sesquicentennial year the march of really successful trees through the downtown, you know, I think pedestrians. Anyway, so I'm hoping that this will be one of the results that all of us can enjoy, not just the clients.
By underground, are you referring to soil conditions?
The soil structure, the substrate, you know, what's on top. If we make larger holes to support larger trees, then whatever goes over those holes to allow ADA wheelchairs to go over them. I mean, there's a whole technology that you know, we don't have to reinvent it.
A lot of towns require what's called LID, low impact
Right.
development. We do not require that.
We don't require it, but we can in this case, right? Because it's a special.
You can ask anything you want.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
to me, it would seem more about a conversation with DPW about kind of our standard details for street trees in downtown.
our standard details for street trees have not been successful though, and they're.
Well, I guess I'm talking about analyzing them,
Yeah.
improving
yes.
them, yeah.
And improving them, yeah, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Any final comments? All right, I would like to move that we close the public hearing for 412 Nason Street.
Second.
All in favor? Thank you, that's 4-0.
Please
That
announce.
was
who made the
Greg
motion.
that made the motion and Jim that seconded the motion. All right, so we've got, let's see. We have a series of staff recommended conditions.
Yeah, I saw you mentioned it in here.
There are no, Bill, there are no waivers on this project. Are there waivers on this project?
No, there are no waivers requested. This is just a, it's not a site plan, it's a special.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
Oh, yeah, this was on my email, yeah.
so, Bill, maybe you can just give us the Cliff's Notes on these conditions.
Sure.
We're gonna have to go through them. There's 10, and then any additional that folks have that they want to consider.
And these are just, this is suggestions, but it's just kind of, I tried to cover all the areas, but would you, I'll just go through each.
This
area.
essentially, well, I'll just preface that my expectation is that this summarizes a number of conditions that have been discussed and proposed throughout the entire public hearing process that you've collected, and now we have to kind of say yay or nay.
Correct. And it doesn't mean that there's, there's something else, you know, that we couldn't add to.
Absolutely.
And matter of fact, we do have one or two things since this, but basically, we asked that the applicant appear at the planning board at a regularly posted meeting, 60 days after opening, just to address any issues. As the board recalls, we've done that for a number of businesses. It's not uncommon. The key is if it's at a posted hearing, it would just, it wouldn't, we couldn't, I mean, at a posted meeting, it could not be a hearing, correct? It could just come in. But would the board have the ability to address any issues if it was specified in the conditions?
Not address them by way of an amendment to the permit, but address them by way of identifying issues that the board may want to consider as cause to notice a public hearing.
And would we be able to develop conditions with the caveat that they could be adjusted later by, if it was appropriate?
I would,
without a public hearing?
What I might suggest at that point, since you're outside of a public hearing, the public hasn't had notice, that you don't discuss potential amendments to conditions.
Okay.
You identify the topics and the issues, and then you notice them for the public hearing, so that when you do get into the deliberative phase of discussing what kind of changes you might consider to address those concerns, that the public have notice at that point and an opportunity to participate in the board's proceeding. So when you
Okay.
get into the substance of actually discussing how you'd want to change the decision, that's something the public deserves to
We
have
we
notice
defer that to the actual hearing.
to the hearing.
Yeah, got it. Okay, Bill should just keep going. If people have issues,
All right.
speak up.
So, first, is to come back in 60 days. Second, that the board retains authority to modify or otherwise address any aspects of the permit at any time. Again, this is with, in the board's purview with any
That's
special.
essentially that we could initiate a similar public hearing to modify.
Correct. The third would be that the applicant would modify the exterior any way that the police chief recommends, and I think you've already worked with the police chief on that. I did speak to the chief today, and he feels that the way that he approves of the draft conditions, basically. Number 4 was about the original draft was 3 appointments, that we would have establishment would be by appointment only, and if 15-minute blocks consisting of no more than 3 customers per block. That's something that the board is going to deliberate, I assume, but that was the original. And the idea there was that if that was for some reason, if the town was having problems with what essentially in that case would be 12 customers an hour, we would have to re-examine the whole thing. But that was the thinking there. So it was very conservative, in other words.
We'll table that one, come
Yeah,
back to it.
the hours of operation, the applicant will provide reimbursement or payment to the Maynard Police Department at Nason and Main Street as the police chief feels is necessary. Number 6 was in reference because of the potential for dropping of passengers right on Nason Street or in Main Street or Nason Street, and we're prohibiting that. And the police chief or Department of Public Works would have the authority to approve if there was a designated drop-off area. They would have to approve it. And basically, having the police detail on Nason Street would keep the traffic moving to avoid anybody stopping. 7 was that the applicant ensure that there's no congregation of persons that block or otherwise impede circulation of the public on any location connected with the use of the subject property. This was for on and off the premises.
Can I ask a question on that?
Sure.
How are they supposed to control things off of their premises?
If there was queuing in the front of the store on the sidewalk, it was blocking the sidewalk. And in this case, we're talking about taking an adjacent property and saying there's, you can put people inside or whatever.
No, I get it. I'm just wondering, like, if someone's standing, say, 3 doors down, not on their property or not in line
Right.
or anything, how do they have any control over those people?
If it's impeding, now remember, it says if it's impeding, not standing on the sidewalk.
I'm asking more about
Yeah.
how can you ask someone to control what other people are doing not on their property?
There would be always the option to modify the special permit if that was a question as well. But I suppose that if there was a queuing outside and it was connected to that establishment.
Right, I understand if there's queuing, but there's not queuing in my example. There's just some random people that someone thinks probably went to that store, and they're standing in front of the People's Theater. How can the applicant address that?
Well, I don't think they can.
Right, but we're requiring them to.
Hmm?
But we're requiring them to.
We're requiring that yeah, I see your point. I think that was directly connected with queuing, and blocking the public sidewalk. So, I mean, we could tighten that up and specify that and just say.
Because otherwise I'm confused by that one. Am I?
Well, yeah,
I understand.
I hear what you're saying.
But the essence, you agree with the spirit of the condition.
Brian, what do you think?
The sense I'm getting from listening to the dialogue is the nexus between, the impediment to, traffic migration or pedestrian migration and the actual use of the site. So if you're just talking about random people.
Right, but I'm saying
that are
someone
in
calls
case
up the
that
police
aren't
and
queued.
says they're impeding the sidewalk, and I think, and they're, it's because of this.
Right, and that's why I use the word nexus, because, if it's just a phone call because you're concerned about people impeding, pedestrian traffic on the sidewalk and you don't know it's connected to the building, the use of the premises, there's a breakdown. There isn't a nexus there. But if you're talking about a queuing situation, or if you're talking about the fact that people are waiting around for an appointment, maybe there isn't a queue, but their appointment's in an hour and they're just congregating, waiting there, then that's a concern related to the use of the premises.
I
So then you
understand.
would have to address that through another condition.
But I just feel like maybe I'm not getting it, but, if people have decided to show up an hour early, they're just random citizens standing on someone else's property, how can they control that?
Can we talk about enforcement? Maybe that might help, because the way I read this is that otherwise impede circulation of the public at any location connected with the use of the subject property. Wouldn't that be the determination of the police department?
Yes.
My understanding in generally is the police department doesn't have real authority to go around and say you can't sit on that park bench, why are you standing on the side of the road? I think it's more about if there's large congregations and if there's impediments, traffic and things of that nature. So from an enforcement standpoint, it's, I think this was relying on the police department's
Sure.
judgment.
But it's requiring that the applicant ensures it. I don't know, to me, it just seems like there's a disconnect
understand.
somewhere. The queuing I totally get.
So
100%.
take
Well,
the,
there's a clear
take the
access
previous
mandate.
one, for example, 6, where it just talks about discharge of passengers is prohibited. That doesn't say the applicant shall ensure that no one discharges passengers.
But it
It
implies,
essentially implies the police are to enforce that.
but then we're putting obligations towards the police department.
And number 5 does that. Number 5 specifically puts that there's going to be a
There's a
detail
detail.
of the police, to keep the traffic moving and prevent congestion.
Sorry, Wayne, go ahead.
And what happens if someone pulls up and discharges passengers and they go into Raspberry Beret?
It would be, I don't think that discharging,
I'm just, I
We
mean,
specifically propose signage in front of this area that says no stopping, right? So that's an enforceable,
Okay.
that's an enforceable offense if they're stopping there. And the police are in the area, they can take it.
right.
To listening to you guys talking about this previous condition, one proposed option may be, rather than requiring the applicant ensure that the congregation doesn't exist, and because I totally get where you're coming from here, you could really, you need to put some
That's right.
concrete stipulation. What you could say is, if a congregation exists that is impeding public access, the applicant is required to notify the police, so that the police could disband those people, or something like that.
Yeah.
It has to be some type of a condition where they're required to do something that they can, that's all it could do.
Right,
is
exactly. That's my
notify the
point, is
police.
that
Right, he
I
can't.
felt like you're
yeah,
asking them to do something they can't
He
do.
can't, you're right, he can't do that. So you could consider something like that.
And certainly, I think we could put some language around.
Yeah.
Physically, the queuing seems to be completely germane.
I think we could hit them, but we could get them both in a condition.
Okay?
So are we working more towards the applicant shall notify the police department if
I mean, that seems,
that type of language?
Yeah,
to me, that seems more straightforward.
Yeah.
it's completely within their control and ability.
And we can add with the queuing, so if it's clearly there, we can, yeah, that's a good point. Next, 8, the applicant would provide signage at their own expenses as directed by DPW as needed for the entire period the special permit is valid. The design, size, and other specifications shall be as directed by DPW. Wayne. 9 was, the applicant shall conduct a traffic assessment 6, 12, and 18 months after store is opened by a professional traffic consultant and provide a summary with memorandum. This was a discussion that we kind of, I don't think we completely finished it, but we had this, and maybe Wayne can add any thoughts on that.
I mean, that was part of the original discussion we had before the applicant prepared his parking study, before we looked at that and commented on that. I think that you should probably, and this is really more to protect not only the board but the applicant, have him prepare some follow-up parking study, traffic circulation study, something that the board agrees is reasonable, to document what's happening, whether it's 60, 90, 12 months, whatever, so that if the public or other individuals come to the board saying, you know, what did you guys approve, this is not working appropriately, they can say, well, actually, the applicant provided a parking and or traffic circulation study, and things seem to be working just fine. Or if they're not, it gives the board the ability to potentially curtail some of those activities and come up with some other conditions.
It would seem to make sense to tie that into the mandated 60-day review, right?
That
And
seems
come in right
reasonable.
then.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
I wouldn't say we should require them to conduct a traffic study necessarily in 60 days again.
Right, no, but I mean the
But-
parking study that shows because that would show impact versus the baseline,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. And then is the wording here is traffic assessment, is that specific enough, or should we tighten that language up a little
I
bit?
mean, parking study and or traffic assessment, I think that's okay.
Okay.
I mean, because if there's notable traffic issues that have developed, and regardless of how the police are trying to control stopping and drop off passengers just not working,
Yeah.
we need to come up with another plan.
And does this language allow us as a team here to provide guidance ahead of time on what that looks like?
I think it would. I think
So-
traffic assessment is neutral enough that we
Yeah,
can provide some
so
direction.
we could get your opinion and say, this is the details of what we want to include in the traffic
I
assessment.
believe it would.
Well, but are we, just for clarification, Wayne, are you suggesting that the applicant would do a traffic assessment of the general area? Or just of the parking and?
It would be a repeat of what they did,
A
right?
repeat of what they did and making sure that traffic is
right.
progressing
Right, okay.
safely and efficient.
Yeah, okay.
That's fair. because-
Repeat what it did, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
There are
And we could
business
actually
hours and whatnot.
require, the chief or, his designee to come and speak to that as well at that same 60-day hearing, right? We should seek that,
Correct.
2 different viewpoints.
Because while the assessment may be conducted during business hours, the police may be seeing things during other hours that they want to modify. Operations or whatever.
And then the last condition,
One more question on 9. It says by a professional traffic engineering consultant, and I don't believe that's what took place with the parking study, is it?
No.
So should we remove that language and say more about replicating the,
As long as maybe we just tailor it
with
to say
review by town
with
engineer?
guidance provided by DPW or something like that, I think that would be fine.
All right.
and then the last is a period of 2, the special permit would be limited to 2 years of the granting of the certificate of occupancy. So if the board chose to approve this application tonight, the clock wouldn't start then. It would start if the applicant, once he got his certificate of occupancy. And there are a couple of other little details that I say that the police chief brought up. And the police chief's concern was that because he's going to be out there, or his officers are going to be out there, that he wanted to make the board aware that he would like to be empowered wherever possible to make adjustments as he felt needed.
What
And
types
as a
of
council, I'd have to have council, go over some of these with you. But for example, if something need to be tightened or loosened, that there's a certain amount, that the conditions are crafted in such a way that there's room for some field adjustment by the police department. Is that?
Does that mean we have to bound this? Like, for example, if we give a number or time frame, do we have to bound it for the police chief? How do we
Limit
build
his
in?
scope for change. And I would prefer to be something like they would notify us and we would call a hearing as soon as possible.
Well, that could.
Because I don't like to have like a unitary power to change things in someone's hands.
Whatever the board's pleasures.
I do like the idea of flexibility, that's practical and pragmatic. I just feel like that's gonna take a lot of time. I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like that may take a lot of time to design into
Every
these-
single aspect, right?
Well, if this board, with the draft conditions, and assuming, that it's a little bit here, a little bit there, that's 10 public hearings, it could be, if they're done at the same time. But the other issue would be that if this board, the board would have to notice if there was a circumstance where, let's just say there's traffic was completely out of control, and the board wanted to exercise their right to amend the permit,
Mm-hmm.
they would have to notice still.
Yes, there would.
So there's 90 days, right? 60 days, probably right there. So that's a concern.
Right.
So if it was like something that was,
If I may, Mr. Chairman, just address that briefly. It's hard to talk about this in the abstract without knowing the specific condition that you may want to provide some flexibility on. There may be suggestions that I can give on how to provide, parameters, direction, guidance, and therefore you're not abdicating the role of the planning board. You're not delegating too much authority. After all, at the end of the day, this is the special permit granting authority, and you can't designate that authority to the chiefs. But within a defined scope, there may be a possibility of building in flexibility, but without knowing what the subject is. and what we're really talking about.
How about one, the detail, the presence of the detail?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the way I read this, it's 10 to 8, 7 days a week.
Mm-hmm.
And that's like 1.5 full-time police officers just to run this business. That seems like, that just opens my eyes. I mean, on both ends, from the point of view of our commitment to staff it and the applicants. So that would be one, as an example of where, I would at least throw out there that the chief could have some discretion over whether that's really necessary.
So what I might suggest, and that's a great example to start with, is if you were to have a condition, and the base was as it's written now, so there's going to be a detail provided, and that's the requirement, that you add on to that condition, or if this is the will of the board, a phrase that would say something along the lines of, unless and until the chief in his reasonable discretion determines that a detail is not required in the same level of public safety can be achieved consistent with the board's decision. So then there's a great deal of guidance. There's a standard that has to be, met. The intent of the board is clear, and then the chief could make that determination that I can fulfill, or this condition can be fulfilled, the spirit of it, without the detail now, because now we have some field experience and we know what's going on. So that's an example of something you might consider if you
Makes sense.
go down that road.
It would also likely apply to condition 3, which is about the exterior of the, it's again, something that's originally under the chief's purview. And, allowing him the freedom to amend that in the field, because it is something that's originally sort of under his purview. That's the, conditions of the exterior of the property.
The way I read 3 is that the chief that's the point of the
Right,
whole
but
condition.
allowing
is
him to
that-
change it downstream though, without coming back to us, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's the way I read it. I read
Okay.
it like he's got the
Ongoing
ability
authority
to
anyway.
tweak
Okay.
the exterior
All I
of the
was saying
property.
was kind of, under Caesar.
Yeah, no, I think looking at them one by one makes sense to me.
Was
That-
there
that
any
one feels
ones,
covered.
sorry, was there any specific ones, Bill, that you thought would require, or would be helpful to have some flexibility from the police chief?
The traffic, anything related with the traffic. I think that, and reaching out to other communities, traffic was initially, there was a traffic issue the first several days, and then as it went on, I think I put the letters in the front of your binders as well for them, but they felt that it was, in most of the circumstances, that it was not necessary to have the same safeguards in that they put in originally for both traffic control and now on some of them where they're larger ones, they have a staff that's dedicated to a line on private property. Brookline, for example, which is a much larger facility. They did have a police tail. They keep one there. And so I guess it's just, it seems to me that the intent of this board and the intent of these drafts was that it's easier to loosen them up than tighten them. And there's no problem at all. There's no problem at all.
Well, condition 4 also, and that's the whatever shape that ends up taking is a pretty kind of fundamental defining. This is the one having to do with the number of customers that can be served in an hour, and,
Yes.
the presence or absence of a reservation system, appointment system. We had talked about, I think, like you said, that strategy of being conservative and then allowing for that to be loosened. And I guess it's the allowance for that we're talking about. Can that be written in such that it's at her discretion without, this 90-day process or not?
Mr. Chairman, just a thought. Trying to think of the 3 key things that the police is going to be, that the chief is going to be interested in, right? You may want to consider a condition such, something like the police chief has the discretion to make adjustments in providing police details based on pedestrian volume, pedestrian safety, or traffic operational issues. You could coin it down to those 3 those three issues, because that's really what the chief is going to be concerned about, right? He wants to make sure you've got adequate public safety for pedestrians and motor vehicles. And it should be up to his discretion to modify things kind of at will, at least for a period. You may want to, you know, you may want to define that as far as a limit.
I think they should notify us too,
That's fair.
just so that we're aware of
Oh, absolutely.
our conditions, so if we
Yeah,
can write that
absolutely.
in.
So that would be, we would add these to each of the bulleted staff recommendations. We're not gonna have one blanket additional number 11 that states this, are we? We would add it to each one that we think is applicable.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend just giving a blanket delegation. I mean, this is the board's permit at the end of the day, and you're responsible for it. So the policy decision that gets embodied in this is your decision. So you need to be mindful of how much and how little you're delegating out. So I think
agree
it
with
needs
that.
to be very narrowly tailored, because in any event, whatever the chief decides needs to be consistent with the intent of this board, so you need to define that intent. So you do that condition by condition. I think that would be the better approach.
All right, so we're talking about 5, 6, and 7 then.
Potentially 4.
I guess if you consider that traffic related and safety related in some sense.
Driver of the traffic is the volume of appointments, right? And maybe we should think about something else instead. Rather than kind of giving broad authority to change things, maybe we accelerate the timetable for review. And we do a 30-day review rather than a 60-day
Go
review,
back to number 1.
right? Does that
I
provide,
mean, I guess that makes sense if you assume, which I think is reasonable, that we're going to learn the most about the business right after it opens in that initial period, and that's going to kind of set the table for how
well,
it's
why
going
not
to
do
behave.
30 and 60, and then we're probably covered, right? I
Oh,
mean, it's
because
not
we
a-
couldn't, because we couldn't continue to a date certain before he gets a certificate of occupancy. So, you know, we couldn't, you know, if it was.
I'm just saying,
Without starting over with a new notice.
Look, here's what I propose. I agree with Andrew. So a few things. One, I think 30 days is probably a little restrictive, because then we have to get inside the 30-day window, which is going to be more like 20-something days. I don't know if that's, I think that might be challenging. I think 45 days is probably more reasonable for a max. That gets us probably into the 30s, to be honest. Like, we're not going to hit 45, you know, just because of the scheduling of it.
right.
I think we give the police chief some flexibility with the police details. I also would like to rewrite 5 so that it doesn't, I don't like how it says a detail shall be provided by the police department. I think it should be that the applicant will be requesting and scheduling details. I don't want to put the onus on the Maynard Police Department to have to do this. Maybe they have, you know, maybe there's an emergency obligation someplace else, or there's some other traffic issue. It's that, you know, I just don't want to write it in that way.
I did address that with the chief, Chris, because it's a good question. I asked the chief, you know, there's only so many, we only have so many officers
Right.
anyway.
Right.
And he said that it's not unique to this situation, that whether the traffic details, right now with construction, are stretched
Right.
thin, and the mechanism to address that is they have agreements with other police departments, and they'll sometimes switch out officers.
Sure, I just wanted, I think the onus should be on the applicant for this to make the request, do the scheduling of it, and then the police department will fill it, but I just, you know, I don't see why we should be obligating them to fill the police detail. And then adding language to allow it, the police chief to loosen this restriction based on, you know, what council was saying. You know, regarding 6 and 7, maybe we add additional language for the police chief. for
Well,
there
6,
too,
right,
but-
it's prohibited, he's not gonna unprohibit it, right, so there's nothing for him to do there.
That's true. Yep.
And we're already talking about including, you know, sort of police as the mechanism for 7, right?
I mean, by default it is. I mean, I don't even know if we,
maybe it really comes down to the detail.
I mean, do we really even need 7, to be honest? I get the notion of it, just the police department is in charge of safety anyways. So it seems redundant too.
Well, I think 4 would be one that you'd want to discuss.
4,
Yeah.
yeah. Anyway, those
Well,
are
4,
those are my
yeah.
thoughts.
4 is, to me, fundamental, and I don't know if we want to, I mean, I have reservations about
Let's talk about it now.
having the police chief sort of in charge of the success of their business.
No, I don't want that, yeah.
Well, before we do go off that, Chris, just for clarification, you're saying that during the hour, the applicant shall request a detail, but what's requiring the applicant to have a detail?
Well, you can only request and schedule details. Do we want to obligate the police department in our decision?
Unless the police chief feels that it's not necessary, right? That's what the language does.
Yeah, that's kind of where,
Okay.
Well, here's another question. What if there's an unforeseen event and they can't, staff it? Do they have to
Aren't the
close?
details in fact off-duty?
yeah, and
And
that's
then
what
the
I did.
actual police that are on
So
duty are the ones
it's-
Yeah, but
responsible.
It's a
running into
different
that problem.
calculation.
Yeah, in town right now, because there's so many construction projects going on, they're running out of, like you say, the off-duty or the retired in some cases. And what they're doing now is other towns, they're.
Right, but it's the on-duty police that are required for public safety are not standing around doing a detail.
That's
The current
that's
shift.
correct.
Oh, no,
Right.
no.
So I think this question is moot.
I'll just clarify what I'm saying. To me, it seems that it's redundant to say that the police department will provide the detail. I mean, that's their job, that they make their decisions internally on that anyways.
Understood.
That's where I'm going with this. I don't see how that helps at all.
The shall.
I guess my only question is, but don't we have to, if I'm gonna word it, we don't want.
We want him to make all the obligations to get a detail as necessary.
Oh, understood. So, but we want to make it clear that anytime the business is open, there's a police detail there.
So then does the
Provide the
business shut
chief.
down if there's no detail?
Yeah. Okay, I can come up with something for that.
But is that where do we want the business to shut down if there's no detail?
No, I don't think that's valid.
Yeah, I don't know. If that's not
I
the
think we
intent,
should leave it,
don't wanna
I
word
think
that
we're
way.
safe if we go with it as is and add Brian's sort of add-on language about the chief's discretion to give him that power.
Brian, can you just rewrite this for us, please?
Well, I want to be clear on your intent, and I think this dialogue is really helpful because what I'm understanding is a little bit of a conflict between, your resources and allocation of resources that the chief decides on any given shift day, and the obligation of a proprietor to comply with your condition. So you got to it at the end of your discussion about, well, what happens if there isn't a detail available? Are we really asking them to close, not open that day? So one question would be, have you ever had trouble, filling a detail? Even with these reciprocity agreements and, shared, services agreements, I know in some other communities I work in, we've had a hard time filling details, so a construction project might just get furloughed for a day because we have nobody to work it. So I hope that's not an issue here, but if it is, identify it. And then if it's one person, if it's 2 people, you're probably going to have a high likelihood of filling that, during those hours. If it's an off-duty, officer who's coming in to cover that detail, and they'll get paid for that, and they'll be paid through the applicant. And then after a short period of time, you're going to know if that's necessary, unnecessary, how much, and how little. And then you have the discretion built into that condition to say, okay, well, we've been doing this 2 weeks now. It's really been a drain on our services, and it's not providing a benefit. We're achieving the same level of public safety. Traffic has been fine, pedestrian safety has been fine, and I really don't feel like having an officer there 8 hours, 10 hours a day is really serving the public. So that's where you have that discretionary option to pull the trigger on that. But I do think it needs to be, you might want to consider keeping it as a requirement, at least in the first instance. So you have to find out how it works. So you're not going to know that until it happens. And if there's no requirement and it's left up to the discretion of the proprietor, they might just decide they don't need it. And then it just goes on without one. So you want to start with it, I would think.
You know, when the chief testified, the very first part of the hearing, he did not comment that that was gonna be a problem. I don't think we should think that we know more than he does.
But I think we should give him the freedom to change
But
it.
let him have some flexibility to adjust after the fact.
The chief did point out, just for the boards, it was interesting, he wanted me to remind the board, and I forgot to mention this, but that he wants to make sure his officers are busy if they're out there. You know, he's not looking to, you know, he wants to ensure that there's activity out there as he needs them, and if he doesn't need them, he want to make sure the board knows, because he didn't feel it was, he felt it was in the town's interest to ensure that he's properly gauging it and doesn't want.
Well, I think we achieved that with the language suggested by Brian, right?
So if I'm hearing correctly, we could leave it as written. Are you comfortable with leaving it as written? You're still,
No, as long as,
No. Sorry if I
the
misheard.
the rest of us don't share my same concern about just the redundancy. I mean, the police is obligated to, try to fill details in public safety anyways, so. But if it doesn't add any additional burden to the police department, I'm fine with the way it's written.
but that we want to add some measure of discretion and flexibility. Line by line.
Yeah, Brian's,
Oh, a number of
Brian's
five,
pros.
yeah.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a good way to call it.
Right, and that's the language that you had quoted
Yeah,
earlier.
right.
Okay. Can we just focus for a sec on 4 and on just the detail of, not police detail, but the actual detail of how we're breaking up the appointment blocks into increments? I think, Jim, you had, through your research and discussions, came up with about a 10-minute per transaction,
Per cash register.
per register.
Yeah, in
right?
other words, if Olaf decided he wanted to put 5 people in to handle a load, then that would be 5 registers. And 3 appointments per hour, 4 appointments per hour, per register.
Right.
We're restricting, if the language stays the same as it is right here, we're restricting that whole operation, no matter how many people he puts in, to only 12 people coming per hour. I think that's inadvisable.
Right, so my understanding is that we are not wading into the number of point of sales or the number of registers,
Yes.
right?
Well, it's
So-
gonna be dictated by the number of appointments, right? Because they said it's a 1-to-1 ratio
Yeah.
between
Well, that's his,
point of sale.
that's his business decision though, right?
But I guess I just read this as a decision about how many individuals can
Right.
be serviced by 1 register per hour.
Yes.
The way it's written is 15-minute blocks, that's 4 transactions per hour.
Mhm.
And you had quoted maybe a 10-minute average transaction, so maybe that's 6 customers per hour per
Well, let's say
station.
5 to make a little bit of a breather per manned register.
Right, yeah, everything I'm talking about is per register. So
Yeah.
you're essentially proposing we change 15 to 12 minutes
Again, saying per register,
per register.
not just a whole facility can only handle 12 or 15 per hour.
Right, but if you do the math out, it's
Yeah.
12 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm still a little confused by the
So
way this is
12-minute
written.
blocks and 5 customers per block in 12-minute blocks?
So that would imply 5,
That's,
I'm just looking at the way this language is written. It says 15-minute blocks consisting of no more than 3 customers per block. That to me suggests 3 points of sale max and 4 customers per hour per
3 customers.
register.
right, but we're saying 5.
Well, if I understand Jim's suggestion, it establishes the ratio per station, per cash station, And it leaves it up to the applicant to decide how many gas stations.
Yeah, so that would delete the second part, talking about number of customers per block.
So you say 12-minute blocks with
There's one register open, 5 customers, 2 registers, 10 customers. And when I visited the Hudson location a couple of weeks ago, they had 4 registers open. And they were processing them at the register about 5 or 6 minutes per. But I'm going on the premise that we allow more time, but per register.
Okay.
Olaf, do you have any comments about that?
No, I think that's fair, what you said. So
So it's
I agree.
5 customers per hour per register.
Okay.
As a starting point.
60 customers per hour. That's what it sounds like.
And that would not be under the, obviously under the,
Take that back. 25
that would
customers per hour.
require, to change that would require amending the.
A public hearing to amend it.
Okay. So that what we couldn't do is that we couldn't, okay.
Appointments shall be 12-minute blocks, in 12-minute blocks consisting of no more than 5 customers per block. That's what we talked about.
Per register.
Per register, you have
We're
to.
we're overthinking the math,
Yeah.
How would you word it?
When you say
just
5,
like he said.
when you say 5 customers per block, that essentially
Dictates the registers
dictates
right
the
there.
number of registers. So it's just you replace 15 with 12, 3 with 5. Is the proposal on the table.
Right, so you end up with 5 blocks per hour, 5 registers per block, 25 customers. Which also matches the occupancy in the waiting room,
Magically.
magically.
It's all working out.
Love it when a plan comes together.
So, I don't know, I mean, the intent that I think we're going for is that we've discussed is a conservative approach that can be loosened. I don't know, I feel that that's what this achieves, I don't know.
You look confused,
Any other
Bill.
comments?
I'm still confused on the last, if you don't mind, I'm sorry. So
12-minute blocks,
12-minute blocks,
5
5
customers per block.
per block. Right.
That's it.
Done.
May I? When I hear that, the 12-minute block is a time block, and you can have 5 customers per 12 minutes. So it has nothing to do with registers when I read that.
Right.
I just think every 12 minutes you can have a maximum of 5 customers utilizing the facility.
Right, so that's,
So it sounds like what I'm saying is
There's
different than what you
12-minute
said.
blocks in an hour, right? 5 customers is 25 total for the hour.
But it's then irrespective of the number of registers.
Right. That's the max.
That's what Jim, if I understood what Jim, that's where the disconnect is. I thought,
It's the same thing though, because it's a 1-to-1, right?
well, it doesn't
that's what-
specify, that's what I'm saying.
It doesn't specify it now.
Right, we can make it so it's specified. That's what you want.
I don't want to specify registers.
No, a ratio per register. So we could say, yeah, just for argument's sake, let's just say we left it, we made your changes. Appointments shall be in 12-minute blocks consisting of no more than 5 customers per block, per register.
No, period. I think it was just period.
But then,
No, because 5 customers
then we
per
could have
block
one
per
register
register
with
is
25 people
5 times
showing
more
up
than we're
and they
talking
couldn't
about.
handle it.
You're talking about 125 an hour, Bill.
Or more if they had more
Right.
registers,
Yeah.
and if they have the occupancy load through the building code to do so.
Ours
Well, part of this
keeps it
standpoint, but it
very
could
set.
oh, that's all right, as long as I understood, yeah.
Bad business.
I mean,
But do we have a dictated, business operations? I just want to focus on
If
just
we limit,
strictly numbers.
if we limit the flow to 25 in an hour, and that matches the waiting room size, to me, it seems we've achieved,
I don't think the
Control.
goal should be to match the waiting room
oh
size.
no, I'm just saying it doesn't require any additional consideration of the space.
I would say that that's the maximum number that's allowed without, and if you're talking about a maximum number for operations, from our safety standpoint, for no queuing and things like that, perhaps.
can it be simplified? I mean, can we just say 25 customers per hour? And with the intention that it's meant to
But
be an
without
even
specifying
flow
the
of
blocks.
customers?
I think that's key, because they're working on appointments, right?
Well,
Otherwise, you end up with all 25 people show up at 12:03. I mean, I
right,
see, I don't know
but-
why we
no,
move away
well,
from this
Hold on a sec.
rubric.
Hold on a sec. Because I can't figure out how to verbalize it, you know.
Oh, I thought we
in
did.
my own head. Well, apparently it doesn't work, so.
It's just
No,
still
no, no, I
confusing.
wasn't suggesting that it didn't work. I just wanted to make sure it was clear what your cap meant, so that the intent you're trying to achieve here is clear to everybody, including
Right,
us.
which is
If we-
25.
That's all
If
I'm
we
trying to
spell it out and
determine.
just add the cap.
Yep.
Appointments shall be 12-minute blocks consisting of 5 customers per block, with a maximum of 25 customers per hour total for the, establishment.
Yeah.
Is that?
I think the block becomes significant, because as you suggested, you could have the 25 show up at 11:59 and another 20 show up at 12:02. That's not your intent. It's to segment and keep separation,
An even flow rather than,
Exactly. Homogenize it, if you will, across the time periods.
yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, keep in mind, however you word it, right, you want to make sure you have the metrics to measure this, because that's kind of what it's about, right? If there's a problem, you want to be able to measure this and limit things, right? Really, the only way to do that is look at the cash register transactions, and you can count how many per hour. Right? So however you word it, make sure that it's reasonable enough for if there's an issue, somebody's not scratching their head saying, wait a minute, what am I trying to figure out? How many people are we supposed to be looking at per block per hour? So just make sure that it's clear enough that it can be measured by some other entity, potentially the police chief or somebody else if there's an issue.
I don't know how to do that.
I think we're if we say 12-minute blocks, 5 customers per block, there's no way that adds up to anything else except what it is.
It's 5 customers per every 12 minutes.
Yeah, which is
Which
25 in an hour. Like to me, that's like crystal clear. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean,
I'm second guessing myself, so
Yeah.
maybe you're right.
No, I think you're both right about at least about the language of it. Is that the right number?
it's no, I mean, Jim's done some research on this. He suggested it. I think it's
You like that number?
a little
I
more.
like the number, but it all goes back to the proprietor providing enough people to handle the transactions that he schedules. And I would think from a good business standpoint, the proprietor should be able to do that. It's to his benefit to be able to do that.
Right.
So I would,
And I
all
think, it's a little bit more conservative than what you measured, right? You said 10 minutes, we're saying 12, it gives a little leeway. I think it's a reasonable place to start.
they can always come back in and petition us to do more or.
And vice
whatever.
versa, we can, if it's a, total challenge, then we can utilize our authority.
I'm good with it.
Okay.
What do you think? Do we
I
have,
think that makes sense.
have we covered?
Were there any other add-on conditions?
I didn't have any. The chief's remarks, I already relayed, and that the security, he also asked me to emphasize that, the Cannabis Control Commission mandates a lot of this as well. So it's
Right, he's just the arm of the law in that case.
yeah, and as long as if the 25 max per hour is good with the board and everybody's happy with it, then and then if they do want to amend it, it would be a public hearing, but it's probably at that point.
Just to circle back, did we agree on the 45 days? Because I like that.
I was gonna bring that up. I would like to change item 1 to 45 days after opening. Instead of 60.
Yeah, I would agree.
And then we can always set at that time a follow-up, should it be
Yeah,
required.
or within 45 days, or
Yeah, yeah.
before 45 days, or however we need to word it.
Okay. And that'll be just at a public meeting.
It shouldn't, I don't think it
Right,
should
it's not
say,
necessarily a hearing, it's just,
Right.
they're coming in to provide an update. If we then want to take action, we have to advertise, as Brian said.
I mean, right now
Vote
it
to do
reads
so.
as, it shall be 60 days after opening. I don't want it to say 60 days after,
Within 60
within
days.
60 days, within
We don't have to
45.
hit it exactly.
Within 45 days. I just don't want to come on a Sunday if I don't have to. And then I have a quick question on 3, and then I'll be done. When we're talking about modifications to the exterior of the subject property, does that include the back area, or are we just talking the facades of the building itself?
Whatever, any.
And this is the
exterior-
Cannabis Control Commission stuff.
Yeah,
Okay.
and if the police chief.
I just
felt-
wanted to be inclusive of all the property itself, that whole back alleyway and everything else.
Yes.
I'm done.
Any other comments, Jim, questions?
No, I don't.
No.
None from me. Well,
I would make a motion to close the.
deliberations. Second. Do we need to vote on closing deliberation?
Just giving you some.
Just an elbow. Got it.
There's
Knowing what
Thank you.
There's nothing else to discuss regarding, section 10.4 and 946 and all that? Whether it
I mean,
means,
it's been reviewed thoroughly by staff in terms of the details and council, as far as I understand.
just trying to be thorough.
Yep. No, I mean, it relates to items
to vote.
1 and 2 are on the SPGA action you've listed are not really votes. They're, correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh, yeah.
we just note that we have considered.
Yes,
Yeah.
duly noted, we've considered.
Right,
10.4.
the first action is that the board considered it, the project is required by section 10.4, which is listed in, where did I put it, in part 3 of your staff reports. And that's, the board will consider it, because it's also located within the DOD. There's an additional criteria there, which in this case really doesn't apply much.
Because it's not a new build, it's.
Yeah, it's not, it's kind of not applicable. And then the biggie is number 3, where if the board decides whether the adverse effects of the proposed view will not outweigh its beneficial impacts to the town or neighborhood, in view of the particular characteristics of the site and of the proposal in relation to the property. And then you'll consider all those, state that they've been considered by the board. And then the issuance of a special permit, if that's what the board's choice is. And it was specifying the locale. And in this case, with the address.
Yeah, final say on that. We wanted to say, I'm fine with 4 to 12, but you want 4.
I like 4 to 6. It seems like, the birth certificate should say the right name.
4-6.
Okay.
Fine. My understanding is that 4 to 12 is just for advertising the plot.
Okay, so we made that change. So I'd like to move that we determine that the adverse effects of the proposed use will not outweigh its beneficial impacts to the town, the neighborhood, in view of the particular characteristics of the site and the proposal in relation to the subject property.
Instead of vote.
That's a motion.
We vote on that? We don't
We have to
just consider it?
determine, I believe, that the adverse effects do not outweigh its beneficial impact to the town.
It's a required finding that the board has to make to justify the special permit. So it's a precursor to taking the ultimate
So it
vote.
does require a vote, though. I'm just trying to.
Yes, you have to make that
Get it
finding.
right. Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Second.
All in favor? That's 4-0. Myself putting forth the motion, Andrew second. I'd like to move that we grant the special permit to allow a marijuana retailer use to be located at 4 to 6 Nason Street for the business known as Mass Wellspring.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
It's 4-0. Myself making the motion and Andrew second. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The chair, the board, town staff, thank you.
So then,
Are you guys good with that one recess? Or we've got three
Should we
more.
give one more
Let's
five?
just,
Try to get one more in here?
let's just keep going. Keep
How long
moving.
do you think summer's gonna be?
Just sign it.
Oh, you're here?
Okay, so we'd like to move on to item 3 and reopen the public hearing for 42 Summer Street, continued from April 23rd.
Taking a break?
You need to talk about the
Right, so the case law says that you shouldn't just recite the standard. You actually articulate why it meets the
So I'll
standard.
put
So you
yeah.
put a sentence
Yeah,
or two
right,
in there,
exactly.
connecting it to your record.
Exactly.
You know, even I've seen some boards just say, you know,
Right.
based on the totality.
At least they're up to it.
Which tends to show
Okay.
this, that, you know what I mean? I can give you some language, just sort of,
And I'll
just
send
so
you
it's not a bare bones one.
No,
You know what I mean?
Well,
Yeah, so show you.
the big one.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Okay, that's good. Yeah, I was,
Yeah, that was a good game. Good classic.
Who wants a big one? Who wants a?
Oh, I'll take a small one if you don't mind.
Not really.
And the real reason I said it is, it's sort of a.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I think I'd rather.
You can leave one there just in case.
And the applicant seems to
Give the big one to Wayne. He needs, yeah, he likes to look at big drawings.
that the board taking that vote. That wasn't in the motion. So sometimes what I do is have them take their vote and then instruct, you know, council and staff that their decision consistent with the vote, and then have them adopt it.
Already looked at these.
We didn't actually pull them out
very
last
much.
week because,
A little room there.
Okay, we're just gonna keep going. Please proceed. It's a non-marijuana related project, so yes.
What's all this green stuff though?
Unless you've changed things in the last couple of years.
It's more money in that. James McDonald, McDonald Development, 10 Main Street, Maynard. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Board. As you know, this is 42 Summer Street, and it's a continuation. And you have the latest drawings in front of you. And we had a new set of drawings issued just the same day as our last meeting, so we didn't have much time to look at them. So the last meeting, we just had it quite short. In the meantime, Wayne and his staff have looked over these drawings and made a list of questions and suggestions, and we met with Wayne and his staff and our engineer this afternoon, and we spent a couple of hours going over everything. In the couple of hours we spent today, I think we answered a lot of questions with the engineer and Wayne, and I'm hoping that Wayne is in fairly good shape with what's on these drawings. The second thing was, you were asked last week, or a couple of 3 weeks ago, we had 2 additional, I keep calling them buildings, next to it. And one of the questions was the value of these buildings. And I was in contact with Tim Haas, and we went back and forth on the value. And in the meantime, Tim has suggested that maybe these 2 structures weren't the right thing for that location. And I'm sure Tim will have his comments. So we sat down and decided that we would come up with a different look, one building closer to the front of our building. It's not on this drawing because we just come up with it at 5 o'clock this evening. So it'll be one building. It will be more on the lines of the rail trail that look maybe more rustic look, I would say, than the finer look that we had before. And it'll be one building, and it'll have amenities. We're gonna put like a bike rack and different things there that would be good for the public, and it would be like part of, almost like maybe you could call it an extension of the rail trail, or the rail trail people could bike up there. Maybe there'd be different things there, from kit to fixture, flat tire to whatever. We're not totally sure yet, but give it some stuff and give it a good looking building. And to answer your question on the value of that building, the value is a little bit tough to come up with, but I would think that a nice looking building coming down the rail trail would be quite expensive to build, but between the expense of building it and the value, I would put a value on it for like $150,000. If somebody was to buy that particular building and they had this little building beside it, which gave it like a wow, I could see someone paying additional money for this building because of that. I could also see someone coming into town, someone on the rail trail, who would look at this little building as a pretty good wow. It's almost like when you drive into a nice complex and you have a nice gated area, or a nice hotel, and you have the nice, whether it's the signage or whether they have, kind of gives you a little wow. So that's what I'm thinking this would work on. So hopefully you somewhat agree with my figure of what I think a value of $150,000.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Hard to say.
We can't put it for sale. That's
And to be clear, you're talking about, and when you say building in this conversation, you're talking about the outbuilding or adjacent structure, not
adjacent,
not the building.
yeah, it's got nothing to do, it's separate from the building, of course. It might be quite close, but it will not touch. And it will definitely be, it'll be sort of that premises, but we're gonna make it look like it's more the rail trail, an extension to the rail trail, that rustic look that the rail trail
I
has.
think we've been calling it the amenity area, just until we know what it is.
We could put a name on it, but
Right.
we'll do that later, I guess.
We had something.
We did.
Okay.
We had 2 or 3 names.
Oh, the Menfair Walk or whatever.
No,
Not allowed.
Oh, it's the Menfair Walk.
No, not that.
Any questions?
Yeah, I mean, do you have any, he mentioned you were, sort of in-depth part of this discussion. Is there anything you want to add, Tim?
Yeah, I guess I'd share for the benefit of the board, this aspect of the project has been buffeted a little bit by some of the energetic adjustments required and undertaken elsewhere. When this aspect of the project was first proposed, what was imagined was a pair of, they were rendered as essentially small classical temples. One sort of outboard of the corner to the east of the building, and you see that remains. And there was a second one aligned with the sort of the east or northeast. Actually, your landscape architect's got our north and south exactly backwards.
Not only Lala.
But on the rail trail side entry, so there were a pair of these little sort of porticos or temples that were associated quite directly with entry to the building, and they kind of intermediated between the landscape and creating a kind of gesture of welcome that was intended to create some sense of shelter and welcome for residents, and do it on a scale that had a kind of civic a certain sort of civic quality fitting to the rail trail. So the that initial representation included a stair that dropped from this lower temple front down to the rail trail. And we had a meeting with many of the members of the town staff and Jimmy, I don't think Kinea was present, last month, at which we tried to wrestle with the degree to which that stair would be dependent upon the cooperation of what we believed at first was the town. Turns out the town does not own that bit of the parcel or that chunk of property, but it's owned by an abutter who declined some invitations to sort of participate in this aspect of the project. So an attempt was made to reshuffle the constituents of the constituent parts of that amenity such that the stair could be handled entirely on Jimmy's parcel, but that the temples, if we can use that word, would otherwise remain in essentially their same locations. And the scheme involved, instead of a horizontal movement between two equal elevation temples and then dropping down to the rail trail, because the space required for that is not Jimmy's space, the intent became, let's keep the temples at the same elevation. The lower one may in fact become 2 stories, so we sight across and both span across with a small bridge and drop between them rather than after them, which would enable Jimmy and his parcel to accommodate the whole stair. So that satisfied the group in that staff meeting, but it didn't actually resolve very well, which is to say, when we did it to scale on the site, the spirit did not really survive. It required some pretty violent, I would say, aggressive excavation that I think would render the result not attractive. Another way in which this little pair of amenities became a little bit challenged is that at around the same time, I don't remember before or after, I'm not sure it matters, but on the north and west portion of the parcel, there were some pinches there with regard to accommodating the dumpster delivery truck and some handicap parking, and I suppose it was Caneo, but the applicant's decision was to rotate the building essentially from this corner here, and it's not precisely fixed, but that was at a glance roughly, that was kind of the hinge point, and the building was rotated directly into what, as Jackie says, is the amenity area. So the available space for that then became pinched. That, of course, consumes that lateral dimension, but also rendered geometrically impossible, that initial notion of having a kind of framed and axial view terminated by the clock tower. So if you imagine the kind of rifle sight that allows that to work, the building swung into that dimension. So it just doesn't, we just don't have the dimension to do that anymore. So my suggestion to Jimmy was to preserve the spirit of this amenity, what if we tried to sort of condense, make a single little pavilion that is itself elongated rather than a pair. And because it's now spun off of orthogonal with the building, the attempt to associate it architecturally directly with the building, I fear would now feel very, very strained. It's no longer providing entry to that side. It would now be rotated something like 20 degrees from the building. So my advice to Jimmy, and I guess I would also advise to the board, the capacity of this potential amenity to be of value to the town, I think is greater if we think of it as an enrichment of the rail trail and that public way, which is adjacent to the rail trail. If we think of it as kind of attached to and enriching that space, providing some shelter, providing some sort of resting spot, some other services Jimmy referred to, you know, the bike repair station, there are plenty of precedents we could look at, but I think we'd probably be better served by trying to make that connection emphatic, even to the extent of using the kind of construction and architectural language that's established on other little rail trail pavilions and kiosks at, there's, I don't know if it's just at the terminals, no, I know there's one by the wildlife sanctuary here, and I know there's one up by the train station in Acton. So it would be a condensation from two into a single elongated one, a rotation that is really achieved by the rotation of the building. It's not intended to be the rotation of this little amenity, but that would result. The attachment of it in terms of its geometry and its stylistic language to the rail trail. I would also just say that my advice would be that it's not simply this little building per se, a little 4 or 8 column trellis piece with a solid roof or not a solid roof, but the way it meets the ground, the way it corresponds, it probably has a bit of corresponding hardscape, it probably has a bit of seating wall. It's not just a little building sort of set down, but a whole composition to handle that corner.
Question. There's a chunk of land just, I guess, east of this area that you're talking about that I believe sits on top of a retaining wall and is, I think, the town's.
Correct.
I understand there's a utility pole there, maybe some other complicating factors, but you're drawing a line there, obviously, the property line. This is an amenity. Does it have to be wholly on the private property? Can we allow them to stretch it across?
We had that discussion this afternoon, and we weren't sure if you had the right to do that. I would think it would have to go to the selectmen, and then when it goes to the selectmen, I'm not too sure how long that would take. I'm not too sure how long, but we definitely discussed this today.
Just throwing it out there.
Yes, maybe the best thing for us to do, if you don't mind, is we lay it out, see how large it's going to be, see if we think we have to cheat it onto the town property, if we think it's, large enough just on our own property, so we don't have to take these extra couple of steps. That's my suggestion. If we think it's going to be tight or small or whatever, then we would probably.
Does the applicant maintain this in perpetuity? Structure?
You have to. I mean, we have
On
to
their
keep in mind
property.
that this is a
This is key.
requirement of DOT regulation to provide donation to acquire open space. And he's saying he'll give an easement of this little corner that counts as his donation of open space. Now, our default assumption is, you know, just give us the $1 per unit and we're good. That's like 80, 90 grand. And frankly, you know, this seems like way too much effort. I'll just take the check, give it to Conscom, and they can go buy a half acre somewhere. I mean, this, you'd have to have an easement, they'd have to take care of it forever. There's already an easement through that property. And I don't know that this little corner, I really don't want you fixing your bike there. I want you fixing your bike at Ray's. I don't want you hanging out there. I want you hanging out at the ice cream store. So I'm just for take the money and just stop this discussion.
No, I think that is valid. I mean, just to contextualize this, this is a proposal that is to satisfy this requirement that Bill was speaking of. And, you know, I agree there's a lot of effort being put into it and thought, and, you know, appropriately so, but I guess.
Well, I guess maybe we could have, we got one, Bill's opinion on it.
I also
But
don't want
to
to
what-
lose a big tree there.
If we,
Bill, I would counter that a little bit. You know, I know that a permit here is going to be subject to a development agreement, and that's got a financial component that is intended for the purposes you described. But the applicant's also got an obligation to demonstrate a kind of urban sensitivity that his development, his constructed contribution to our shared built community landscape is a positive one. It seems to me that it would be entirely counter to that obligation if we as the town simply said, we're happy to have the money, we'll spend it elsewhere. If it doesn't benefit in a direct way the urban context, the district context of both the overlay district and, you know, less directly, I suppose in a legal sense, but for a citizen, you know, our cultural district, if we decline to use what our design guidelines refer to, or you know, create an opportunity for us, and I think require developers in this district.
I think we're talking about two different things.
I think we have to do that.
I'm only talking about the specific 945 criteria that if he wants to put extra units here, which he's asking to put 9 extra units, one of the things he has to do is give a donation to acquire open space and rec land. In addition, the general special permit does require, you know, compatibility with the environment and all that, but I think that's a separate thing. I'm just focused on the
It's helpful to hear
945.
that clarity, because it sounded, as you described it earlier, it sounded to me like you said, give me the money, I don't care about this space. I just want to remind all of us, I hope that we all care about this space.
I think he was speaking in the very narrow context of this particular DOD requirement.
I think the proponent is saying if he does this, he doesn't have to give.
The proposal is this is in the loop.
I was hoping that the building itself, you know, was a good part of this. It's not just a square, you know.
Oh, no, I think we understand the proposal.
Yes, I would,
That
I
would
would
be
hope,
with that, and then
I would
we'd have
hope that that's, that,
civic benefit, et cetera. but
Right.
It's something that we have to still consider and determine.
So, Bill, if you can help me out. I'm trying to understand what of these are linked and how, because I think what Tim is speaking of in terms of the contribution to the urban context, that's specifically linked to the DOD, right?
To the reduced area requirement.
To the
Density.
Well,
No,
wait a minute, Bill.
Development in the DOD.
there's a difference between the density bonus and the sort of interaction with the neighborhood, right?
I guess I'm just trying to understand if there are two different criteria that need to be satisfied. Because I understand the one that Bill is speaking of in 945.
And then the special permit criteria for the DOD is what Tim's talking about, which is on,
941.
yeah, you can look, actually, it's on the staff report, it's on the last one.
Yeah,
It's
I just
it's
pulled it
probably easy just to pull it up there.
And this is above and beyond the typical criteria for special
Any
permit.
structure that, or any project in the DOD has to, you have to make a finding that's consistent with the.
It'll improve the
special-
functioning of the downtown.
That's what, right.
So it seems to me that there's two different things that we're trying to satisfy with this one proposal, I think is what's being offered. So,
Part of this proposal, part of the proposal would be to satisfy, and part of it would be the value. But part of the building itself, I'm hoping, was a good portion of satisfying also. Like I said, or started to say, it's not like we're building a square white box. You know, that's my
No,
take
no,
on
I
it.
understood, Jimmy, but
Yeah.
I think what we're talking about is like this requirement that says,
Those are all the
you know,
considerations.
the proposed development will improve the functioning of the downtown by at least one of the following means, right? The first two are about parking, third one's about improvement of the pedestrian experience, improve the water quality, improve access to the river, right? So it's really about, you know, the building itself needs to fit into the proposed development is designed in a manner that's compatible with the existing natural features, compatible with the surrounding area. But the enhancement of the pedestrian experience is sort of the most germane for this particular discussion.
Yes.
so I guess what I'm trying to grapple with is if the proposal was, here's the money, you know, how does that satisfy?
Well, except that that's
The
something
DOD.
about something different. That's about the
That would
density
satisfy
bonus.
9452.
Only?
Right.
And
The
there-
money would satisfy
Correct.
just the density bonus question.
But I guess what I'm perceiving is that the proposal is intended to speak to both
I
requirements.
think that's the applicant's suggestion.
Yeah, I'm just saying that, you know, if you try to solve 9452 with that, I mean, 9452 requires acquisition, so it's a permanent easement, and Sue figures it out, and it's already encumbered by another easement with the utilities, and it's just a mess. And so if he wants to build a nice pavilion and stuff, and that helps with the special permit criteria, sure. But that's all on his property, he maintains, it's just like what his building looks like.
Yep.
But I don't really want to tie the 9452 donation to this particular proposal.
Mr. Chair, may I
Okay.
ask you a question? Tim, in your opinion, does the amenity was proposed meet the spirit of the special permit criteria for the DOD? As it was, as you described earlier?
Well, it's pretty diffuse, which is to say it's, you know, as it stands today, as Jimmy and I separately tried to describe the same thing, it's not detailed enough to pass yet, but I think it absolutely should. You know, when the detail gets refined, I think it's completely capable of satisfying that, yes.
So that part's probably, so the question then is what Bill's, is the, how, if it addresses the other satisfactory or doesn't, or, but so far as special permit criteria, that would be it, more, basically.
Well, I mean, look, the building, you know, he's still got to pass design review. You know, we don't yet have, you know, material specifications for the roof. We don't know what the clapboards are. We don't know what the windows and doors are. Right, all those things still have to happen.
So I don't hear anything prohibitive of what we see right now.
Right, that's exactly right.
Okay.
But certainly something of that nature would at least gesture toward and perhaps satisfy, you know, criteria C3 of the special permits within the DOD.
To get back to the 945, just so I have some additional context, is there any recent examples that you could describe, Bill? Or?
It's brand new.
This is the first one.
This is the first one that we,
Of course.
so no precedent. Okay.
This is the
Oh, but it is fairly straightforward, right? You know, there's
I
a
don't-
calculation,
Well, it was
there's
clarified
laws.
because the board adopted, in our planning board regulations, like Bill was talking about, there's a formula in there that kind of
Yeah.
makes it a little easier.
Excuse me, we had a development agreement in Maynard Commons, that's the building on the corner of Waltham and Parker Street. So there's a development agreement there. To the best of my knowledge, that was the first. So,
Was there a density bonus, Jim, in that one?
yes,
Yeah, there was.
it was.
We had to do affordable housing and.
Okay, maybe it is.
So that goes back a number of years. We had to make a contribution.
But we did just change something in it recently, right?
I think the multiplier wasn't established.
Default
Right.
exactly,
Right.
yeah.
There was a multiplier that had to be established that was voted on, $9,400 or something for additional use.
So even for a sec, if we just say, okay, we agree that, you know, you could pursue this feature in satisfaction of both sets of criteria, it sounds like Bill's raising some legit points that we don't know if it's even legally possible to achieve the kind of legal agreement that's required in 9.4.5 because of the way that the property is already encumbered. So that might seem like a place to start. Is it even legally feasible to?
Is it an option?
Well, we have town council here if
I mean, there's probably quite a bit of research that would need to go into it, I would think, right?
Yeah, I think you'd have to define the question a little bit more, and granted, I'm just looking at these requirements for the first time. This isn't the application that I reviewed for this evening, but I think you'd have to hone in on the specific language of 9452 and articulate your question within those terms and say, is there a legal obstacle or concern raised by the proposal to do X? The way I read it, it talks about a donation to a fund or other equivalent town fund, preservation being the identified preferred fund, or account dedicated to the acquisition and preservation of open space recreational land. That's a monetary donation, so we're not talking about easements, licenses, leases, any of the other kind of real estate disposition kind of things that I've heard talked about a little bit. So I think you have to define the equation here a little bit before I can answer the question with enough clarity to get you through this point.
Well, or maybe alternatively, rather than us asking the question, it should be proposed to us as being satisfactory of this or not, and then we can evaluate that argument, right?
And
Rather
to
than try
piggyback on that comment, typically the way I structure these is, you know, the applicant has the burden of proof. Right. So you're defending your application, you're trying to convince the board that this satisfies each and every one of the criteria that need to be satisfied. So in the first case, you ask the applicant, how do you satisfy this provision? Give us your best case, give us your best argument, and then we can start from there. And then we can provide feedback on that. If you'd like something more, you know, in advance from us, in terms of how we interpret this in light of what we've heard and seen on the application, we can do that too. But usually we like the applicant to put their best foot forward and say, here's how I believe I comply.
So
Myself, I believe that Bill was quite strong on this is never going to fly. I don't know the rest of the board if they feel one way or the other. Looks to me like it's probably not going to fly. And maybe I'm closing the book too early, but we've gone around and around on this thing, quite a few meetings. We honestly thought we were going down the right road, but if it's something that's, you know, like Bill might have a lot of points, I don't know. You know, I'm looking at it like a big benefit. It's a wow, and Bill is looking at it like,
Well, I think
wow to me.
Bill is looking at it from the strictness of the language, which is about a monetary donation, and this passage here doesn't account for, any in lieu of. So opportunity, it's strictly about a donation of some sort.
Although,
And
I mean,
monetary.
but we don't want to downplay the requirements within the DOD special permit that there should be, and in this case, will improve the functioning of the downtown, at least one of the following means. The only one that's really even germane is enhancing the pedestrian experience, which this does address. So that's a requirement that still needs to be met in some manner.
Yeah, but specifically to 945.
Right, they're two separate issues.
Yes, of course, absolutely.
So I would, if folks are interested to continue to talk about it, we can, but I'm gonna just propose that, given that we've got two more hearings
Yeah.
tonight, that, and this, we're talking about a proposal that's not really fully articulated, really, to us. So I'd like to, I don't know, do you have enough feedback, I guess, on this particular issue? I have a couple other comments I'd like to make about other things I'm seeing in the plans, but.
Yes. No, just go ahead and make your comments.
Okay.
I'm all set.
So my question has to do with trees. And the first thing that I will ask, and you don't have to answer right now if you don't have the answer, but I'm seeing two different landscape plans.
Yeah, the newest one, the separate one, is the most updated.
Okay, so disregard C4, that's getting
Forgot to tell you that, but
stricter.
yeah.
Okay, thank you. There are notations, if I can find the plan, referring to existing trees to remain. And that is a concern of mine on multiple sides of the project. And I guess,
It's not on that,
Top
it's
hedge.
just this one.
it's a concern of mine because I visited the property and my subjective opinion and assessment of where the property line falls, I think there were stakes out there, suggests that there's probably going to be significant damage to the trees on the west side of the property up Summer, and then also against the oil tanks where the retaining wall is going. And everything, as far as I can see, everything is marked as existing trees to remain. I just want to make sure you really mean that, because, there's a lot of material there that would be, I think we're all understanding it as to remain.
When you were looking at it, were you looking at the drawing that had the wall that's been pulled over like, I believe, 12 feet? We had moved the retaining wall over 12 feet. I believe the last layout shows it 12 feet over.
On C2, it shows 8'3" from the property line to the retaining wall, I think. You've got a spread footing on this retaining wall, as far as I can tell. You're gonna have to destroy a whole lot of stuff to get that wall in there. So, I don't want to necessarily engineer or analyze anything, but I just want to make sure that when you say trees are to remain, that that's really what you mean, and that, we have language in our landscape regs about, I believe, about penalties regarding damage to trees that are intended to remain or replacement value. So I just want to be clear. We're not, the trees to remain are not picked up on the survey. So it's an item that, you could come back to us next time with some clarity on. Right, but.
I don't think we have enough information right now to answer
Right.
that, so.
No, I think I would recommend that maybe you talk to the engineer. As Greg indicated, he has represented on several of these plans that there's a lot of existing growth to remain, which you agrees, and Greg's point, I'll be honest with you, I don't think that's going to be possible. So I think the board would rather you just be honest with him and tell him.
I was down there myself. I think some trees are going to go, but not the bulk of the trees.
Okay.
Definitely not going to go, because I couldn't even find it on the drawing here, but we had pulled a wall number of feet away from where it was before. So there's a lot of trees that are going to be left.
Just
And
the
you
drawings have to show what
Yes,
trees are
we'll
going to remain.
do that. We'll actually show you the trees that will be removed and the ones that are going to stay.
My other question has to do with the C 2.1, proposed dumpster truck path and construction details. Maybe Wayne can maybe help parse this for us. I'll just kind of highlight my observations. Primarily that there's a stone truck wash. Is that just a temporary measure? Is that just for construction?
I'm assuming that would be the intent. It's not clear, but that's what that would be for.
Because close to that, there's a truck template shown in the drawing, and it shows, I think, a radius or a turning motion that seems inconsistent with the proposed curb line on C2. So I'm not understanding fully where the curb is. and if C 2.1 is intended to show how a trash vehicle services
Yes.
the dumpster.
Right. That vehicle they actually show there is a fire truck, so which is larger than trash.
As Greg pointed out, though, he's correct. There's an inconsistency in the curb line. Proposed on C2 versus C2. Previously, the curb line, I think, was from earlier version, and it hasn't been modified in the most recent.
I think Greg pointed out inconsistency, and he's not judging the quality of the turning radius evaluation.
And while we're on that C 2.1, I'll just mention that there seems to be I don't know if it's a version of the retaining wall that seems to be conflicting with the turning motion of the truck. So this is on the left side of the page, this bit right here. Just have a look at that.
Where's that at?
So I'm on C 2.1 on the left side where the fire truck is turning,
Yeah.
I guess. There's a large, bar that looks like a retaining wall, with spread footing, that is, sitting on top of the fire truck. So it looks like a mistake. I could be wrong. But it should be a mistake because
Or the truck is
or
going to
the truck won't be able to turn. So,
Yeah, there's an issue there by the engineer.
So, definitely give others a chance to comment in the public, but.
I'm not following you at all, but I guess everyone else is, so that's.
Wayne can maybe point it out. Just, if we can focus comments on just feedback so that they can be productive in the.
Just big picture, regarding the VHB response, still see a lot of yellow here, Wayne. I read through about half of it this morning, I didn't get through all of it. Is there any large?
Let me give the board an update. We've met with the applicant and the engineer a couple of times. I think we've actually made tremendous progress. I applaud Jimmy and Jackie for their persistence trying to get their engineer to focus on some of the details that previously he hadn't focused on. To give you a kind of a reality check, in our original letter, in our follow-up letters, we had about 150 overall comments. We're down to about 25 that we need some additional information from the applicant. And I don't mean a lot of additional information. I don't mean he hasn't addressed them, just some additional information. I think we're almost there from an engineering perspective with getting these things wrapped up. I counted about 10 waivers that the applicant will be requesting from some of the standards. Those will obviously be detailed in a letter from them in the future. The way we left it at our most recent meeting, the applicant is going to address those 25 or so issues, / additional information, make one more revision to the plan. I hope to be able to review that, issue basically one final engineering review letter in which we've told the board how our comments have been addressed in this final version.
And regarding the Stantec memo from Victor Olson, do you agree with, have you read it, and do you agree with the assessment that he made?
I do. There's two, so as we previously mentioned in our memo and at potentially a prior board meeting, DPW has new water and sewer regulations. The applicant has met with DPW, and DPW's consultant Stantec has done an independent review of the water and sewer for both 115 for the water and 42 for the water and 42 for the sewer. From a water perspective, both this side, let's focus on this. 42 is fine from a water perspective. From a sewer, there's some complications relative to existing sewer line and so forth, and they've given the applicant some recommendations on providing a little bit more information and making connections in a certain way, et cetera. So that was just recently provided to them. They'll be working with their engineer to address those issues in a future set of plans.
Thank you, Wayne.
Thank you. Other comments from the board?
No.
No.
Comments from the public at this time? Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Judy Burgess, 18 North. Maybe I just got an understanding of when one of Mr. McDonald's points was improve the water quality. What does that mean? What are you doing to improve the water quality?
I actually didn't say that. I believe the board said that.
Somebody said that.
Yes.
Maybe we were reading from a list of criteria from the
There are
from the
various
code.
things that you need to meet one of these. And we were identifying which one it was even possible for this project to address, which would not include water quality or access,
If I could comment
as
on
the
that.
river does not border this.
Yeah, what they're talking about for water quality though is really stormwater runoff and making sure the stormwater is treated so that the post runoff is better than the pre-runoff.
Thank you.
Or that there's no runoff.
Or this is no. Which is
Thank you.
what we have on the
Yes,
site.
our site has no
It's
runoff.
fully contained.
So, schedule, what are we looking at?
Well, I have
June
a couple
11th?
I still have a question if the board
Okay, I'm
will
sorry.
entertain.
Schedule.
Schedule.
You know the question's coming, so go ahead.
No, I'm concerned that I want to make sure the applicant has a clear path forward regarding the memorandum of agreement and meeting this criteria. I think that it's something that theoretically the board could approve a project and say subject to a memorandum of agreement being executed or whatever the case is, but I think there's at this point, we really need to get a subgroup or working group to hash out the details of the memorandum of agreement. And I think that if the board, if I understand the applicant, and tell me if I'm incorrect, but I think before that's undertaken, I think we need to have more idea of like what is acceptable to the board. And I think what Jim was saying is that right now it doesn't seem it's going to fly, and that was going to change and influence the rest of the project. So I don't.
I would defer to Brian's comment that it's the responsibility of the applicant to make a presentation, and then we can consider it.
The way development agreement is normally done? I thought a development agreement was created in conjunction with the members who are going to be approving it. I never understood it as we come up with it and then.
No, he's talking different. He's talking about the criteria for meeting the criteria of the downtown overlay.
Was that what you were just talking
Well,
about?
No.
I'm
Can I
sorry.
suggest,
Then I made a
doesn't it
mistake.
seem relatively clear that there are two separate obligations, and if Jimmy wants to make the case to combine them and have an abundance in one, somehow satisfy both, that is a burden on him to try to do that, but that would be the unconventional.
Right now, the way
and
it's
so far
written is that
unprecedented way to do it.
it's a monetary donation is the way the language is written.
To satisfy one of them. He's still got to satisfy the DOD, right?
Correct.
Right. So the confusion, or at least the confusion that I'm aware of, and maybe there's something else, and maybe nobody else is confused by the thing that confuses me.
I'm confused.
But the confusion
We're all
that seems to be
confused.
present is that Jimmy is or was recently under the impression that there was some chance he could succeed by arguing that the amenity that he builds on his parcel and he forever owns could have a value to the town which could be articulated and quantified and then used to satisfy the financial requirement.
Yes, that's correct. I don't think I'm the only one that thought that.
Unless we were totally off the whole time.
Yeah, but everybody else seen this and talked about it and saw it on the drawings forever, and it's only tonight that Bill came up with it. So, and it's almost irrelevant anyway. If it has to be money, it has to be money. But I think we were all on that page, not just us. And maybe not the board, but anyone else who looked at and worked on it or whatever. I think it's possible the board really didn't give it a lot of thought.
We didn't, and I still have never seen a drawing. You say there's been drawings, maybe that was done internally with staff, but I've never seen a drawing.
You never saw the drawing with the two, no? Sure, definitely.
Because last time, didn't we say we're gonna see drawings next time?
Yeah, but these have been on the drawings.
I seem to remember seeing a sketch.
Sure.
Yeah,
This
but it
has been
wasn't
on,
like
when,
It wasn't worked
It
out.
seems like it's simpler than that, though. There's something in the language, I don't have it in front of me, but I heard one of you guys read it, the terms financial contribution. Right? That doesn't mean a donation of something that has a financial value, it means a financial contribution.
So
That's pretty clear.
I think there's clearly a debate to be had here. I can speak for myself and say that I'm open to proposals, given that there is no precedent on this. We've never
And it is regulated.
navigated this before. So, and, you know, I think to me, there is an opportunity here based on the site. You found an idea that had some traction, and so I guess was and am still willing to hear you out, but I don't see a full proposal yet that satisfies both of those criteria in the way that I feel like they need to. So I don't, from my perspective, I don't see anything as being different other than, you know, that there might be other people with a differing opinion. So I don't know.
I was supportive of the plans under the assumption that's for the DOD requirement. And I read this particular 9.4.5.2, and it's clear to me that it's designed for a monetary donation. So, and I don't know the intent of that. I don't know exactly the history of how that was written, but that's my interpretation of it. Am I open to other suggestions? I could be, yeah. But that's what I see in the bylaws. That's how I read it. And I was supportive of all these plans under the DOD assumption.
Wait, my understanding of the 9452 is, they want to use it to acquire open space and reclaim. So, in my mind, if a proponent came in and said, hey, you know what, instead of giving you cash, here you go, here's a piece of land, that'd be okay by me. That would meet the objective. And the question is whether this particular easement is enough of a open space rec benefit that it's better for the town than $80,000 that the town spends some other. And then there's still the other issue of the special permit criteria 946, which has to be compatible and it has to provide, I don't know, pedestrian enhancement. It's tough to meet 9463 in a lot of projects like our residential.
I'll just add that.
It does have to meet it, though.
For me, if there is some equivalent for this donation to require for the monetary donation, I think you gotta get beyond the hurdle of the additional utility easement and how that would all work out with the town. And if that seems like, without that being worked out, I don't see how this could proceed. I would hate for you guys to spend time and effort and then have to work that out at the end. It's just my general advice.
And as far as the development agreement goes, that's a 945 thing. And it could be very short. It doesn't have to have a lot. I mean, are there any off-site mitigations that we're talking about? I mean, we're looking at sewers or traffic improvements? I don't, other than tweaking up the sidewalk in front of the property, I don't think we've seen a need for anything, so there's not much that would be going into the development agreement per se.
So
other
this-
than the requirement that, yes, there will be affordable housing, and yes, there will be some sort of donation for acquisition and preservation of open space. I don't see anything in addition to that.
This contribution, is it your taking that it's 80-some thousand? Is that negotiable? Is that, what's your take on that?
How many units? It's 9 extra units, right? And,
So it's 9,400.
And the default cash value is 9,400 or something? So,
Yes.
all right, so it's like 85 grand. but
Yeah.
something like that.
And that's a, to your opinion, that's a fixed number.
Because our policy is, you know, yes, we would absolutely say that that monetary equivalent would meet 9452. We've already decided that that's an option. We
But,
can't say, no, we want 300,000.
yeah,
We can't
but you,
say that.
could you say yes to 50,000?
I think we could.
Well, you think it's possible? You're not making any kind of negotiating position?
Correct, yes,
Right.
theoretically, yes.
Yeah, yeah. He's saying yes.
Right,
He
but
thinks it's
the
possible.
code gives you a
Code gives-
defensible
yes.
amount that you can figure out on your own. If you
Right.
come in and say, here's your, you know, here it is, then there's not much we can say.
Right.
But if you want to
Okay.
negotiate it,
No matter how much we want to make it
Throw it out there.
300,000.
Right, yeah, the
Yeah.
default number is actually to protect the developer
Right.
from.
Extortionate.
Yes,
From our typical extortionate demands.
Yes, right.
that's kind of why I
Ignore that,
suggested
Councilman.
last time that there be some kind of expression of the dollar value of, you know, your proposal
Right,
as a balance against that kind of,
right,
you know.
right. And I thought we were so far, I had thought that we were so far over it that I didn't even question it. That's only my opinion. But now it comes to that even if we were given $1 million project there, it just might not fly.
I
It'd be
mean,
tough to tuck $1 million into that tiny end.
to me, it's a complete proposal top to bottom, you know, if you want to frame it in the way that, you know, one way or the other, it's just, what we're hearing is not,
Well,
I feel like we're being asked to make a decision that we don't have enough information to make a decision.
yeah, I think we're probably on this particular thing, we're kind of all learning together. But if we were to bring you a proposal showing you a building and everything, we're going down the road a distance with this. We're spending some serious money. When I'm listening to Bill, I think it's money.
that is your decision to make.
I think that's wasted money. Maybe I'll go home and sleep on it and.
So,
Schedule.
June 11th,
Really,
You go by the formula in
Bill.
the.
Bill, I'm understanding that we are not meeting on the 28th of this month.
That is incorrect.
We are meeting on the
We can meet on the 28th.
That is only 2 weeks away.
That's the default day for a second day of town meeting.
The 20, no, I think the mix-up, Bill, I understand. The
the 300
town meeting is
voters.
20th.
Correct.
The proposed second was the next night, was it not?
It was not. The discussion earlier this long evening was that they couldn't get a lawyer any other day except the 28th.
Well, the
So-
28th, yeah, the 28th was.
The 28th is their deadline, although I pointed out that it's a scheduled planning board hearing,
correct.
and the articles that are likely to get pushed to the second night are all planning board articles, because we're last up.
pretty much.
But we never meet on a night with a town meeting anyway, right?
Correct.
Right, so.
And they're also a little concerned of doing it the day after the holiday.
So we can't, let's not book the 28th.
Okay,
I
so.
don't think there's enough time anyways, frankly, to make changes for this project. June 11th, that's what I propose.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or later, I mean,
June 11th is great. I mean, I don't think we need
Okay.
to go later than June 11th.
great.
I think we'll be ready.
We can book to continue.
Right, Wayne?
While we're still, before we dismiss, I just wanted to ask council, so what I'm saying is that, number two.
Yes,
Well,
Number two.
yeah.
yes,
They,
definitely.
It's definitely changing our date.
Bill?
Yeah, with your thing, we'll be.
We're gonna continue to the 11th, is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Move to continue to the 11th.
Second.
June 11th.
this is defined.
All in favor?
Motion was moved by Greg and seconded by Andrew.
Thank you, guys, see you in a couple weeks.
Thanks.
Okay,
We're on the next one.
do we have to talk?
Oh, we have to
Oh, yeah.
continue
Yeah, we
115.
continue 115 to.
To have information, I'm sorry.
June 11th?
Yes,
How does that work?
can we do that on June 11th also?
See, I'm struggling.
Okay.
I want to solve your problem.
Right.
I'd like to move that we continue the public hearing for 115 Main Street to June 11th.
Second.
All in favor? Sure, thank you. Thank you, we'll see you on the 11th.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I got
Green Star, Curveball.
So, we're gonna take a recess, but if the folks from Green Star could please set up and prepare yourselves, we'll be right back. Wow, it's 20 of 10. All right, yes, let's please get started. So let's see. I will open the public hearing now for, I don't think I did this already officially, for 22 to 24 Main Street for Green Star Herbals. The applicant is requesting a special permit to operate a marijuana retail establishment in the Central Business Zoning District at 22 to 24 Main Street. Hello and welcome.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Attorney Joe Claremont. I'm assisting the applicant with community relations for this project, and we're representing Green Star Herbals, Inc. in this application for a special permit to operate a retail marijuana dispensary. With me this evening, Tom Morey is the principal of Green Star Herbals. He'll speak in just a moment. We've also got William Murray, the engineer who drafted the plans in front of you. Jesse Moberg, the architect that did the interior design. Excuse me. Brad Baker, the security consultant. Ryan Davis, who's doing the graphics. And Corrine Tobias, the traffic engineer. I just wanted to give you a brief overview of the project. Applicant is going to utilize 3,950 square feet of an existing 16,000 square foot building at 24 Main Street. There will be no other use in the building. There was some uses in use at this point, but if they are approved and open their business, there will be no other use in the building. The property is in the central business zone where a marijuana retailer is allowed with planning board approval. And Green Star and the town of Maynard have executed the host community agreement as required by state law, which will bring significant financial benefit to the town, and they'll also contribute to community education programs through the HCA. I just wanted to briefly address certain criteria we believe to be important to their application. Further information has been provided in the justification statement. We've addressed some of the social needs. The adult marijuana use, when properly controlled and regulated, will fulfill the mandate of the town voters, and the sale of products, of course, be restricted to those over the age of 21. The applicant will utilize state-of-the-art identification training procedures and equipment. As far as the economic needs, again, the HCA has been executed, the town to receive 3% of the gross sales. The applicant will give priority to qualified local businesses and vendors, and also give priority to local residents for employment. Of course, all taxes, fees, and costs must be paid to the town in a timely manner. That's a condition of any permitting. The community needs will ensure the availability of quality, tested, and certified products. The retail development of this building will assist in the redevelopment of downtown. Infrastructure improvements, including a new raised curb sidewalk, is contemplated, and we believe the retail customers to the area will assist other businesses. As far as traffic is concerned, there's been a professional traffic study conducted. We have the traffic engineer with us, worked with the town's consulting engineers, and issued a lengthy study. The traffic impacts are not expected to cause any operational issues. The roadways were deemed to be suitable to accommodate business. In terms of parking, we need 18 spaces per zoning. This site will provide 38 parking spaces for this use. There'll be a reuse of existing parking area that'll be addressed by the engineer, including a request for certain waivers because it is a pre-existing area. All sales activity of the product will be conducted within the building. There'll be obviously no use of products within or outside the building, and there'll be a security detail hired by the applicant at all times. There'll be no production of product at the site, just sales. In terms of security, Green Star has submitted a security plan to the Maynard Police, and they take the security issue very seriously. They'll have a dedicated security staff, included a retired police chief who's their consultant. They'll hire additional police details if needed to support it, and the facility will be protected by fire, burglar, video monitoring 24/7, 365 days a year. At closing time, all products will be removed from the shelves and stored in a safe, and no one will be allowed to remain in the parking lot. In terms of transportation of the product, all products are packaged and shipped from a state-of-the-art cultivation site in Littleton, Mass. in unmarked vehicles, staggered delivery hours. 2 transport specialists are on board at all, on these vehicles, and 1 remains with the vehicle at all times. All the products are sealed and secured so that there's no odors, they're hermetically sealed, and there's no disposal of marijuana products on the site. We believe the use of this property as contemplated will be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the district and bylaws, and Green Star intends to make a significant long-term investment in the town. Every effort will be made to make the facility the best it can be, a first-class facility. And I'd like to introduce the principal of Green Star to address you, Mr. Tom Mori. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Joe. Good evening, and I appreciate the time and afforded to us. Just wanted to give you a little background on myself. I'm a local guy. I live in Boxborough. Family man. Got 3 boys, three teenage hockey players, all in high school. Grew up in Hudson, educated in Massachusetts, was involved with computer networking industry for a number of years. Saw an opportunity to get into business, to use my management background and my experience, and that's where I'm here today. We were very particular in picking out a site for Maynard. We thought Maynard was a good town located here where I'm very familiar with it. I'm going to be a hands-on owner. We were picky with the places we wanted to set up shop. We had certain criteria. We wanted it to be a building that was non-intrusive to the town, that was safe, that had the parking. So again, we think we found a perfect site for the town of Maynard. It's a little bit bigger than we anticipated, but it checked all the other boxes that we think are very imperative for a safe, environment to do business. Give a little. I think the main thing that we're going to strive to do is this is going to be a professional, organization. We're going to come in. We're going to do it right. We're going to make it state of the art. There's not going to be any expenses that we can't do. We're very financially sound. So I want you to be reassured that we're going to do this right, and it's going to be something that Maynard could be proud of. We feel it's going to be with the state-of-the-art boutique style that our architects are going to talk about. We feel it's going to be a destination spot for the town. We believe that it's going to bring in a lot of traffic, which will have economic benefits for the town. So we're very excited about doing that. One of the things that we want to stress to you is that we want to be a partner with the town. Obviously, we're going to work hand in hand. We've worked hand in hand, with the town already, with the police, the fire, and we're going to, continue to do that. We're going to listen to the community. We're going to, adhere to their wishes, their concerns, and we'll make all the appropriate changes or, that we need to do to satisfy everybody. Again, we're looking to hire mostly Maynard people. We're going to train them. My director of operations, he just joined us. He has over 10 years of dispensary experience running one of the largest medical facilities in Rhode Island. He will be in charge of all hiring, training. He's put together and developed a number of dispensaries, so we feel very confident that things will go very smooth. And again, it's our intent to have this as a first-class operation in which the town of Maynard could be very proud of. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Bill Murray, who is our civil engineer, who will talk a little bit more about the site.
Good evening. I'll try and keep this as quick as I can. Attorney Claremont hit on most of the significant site points. We're adapting the existing building, and we're only using the front half of the building. Mr. Chairman, do you mind if I go to the poster there?
Oh, please.
Okay. So we're making some minor site changes, but principally we're leaving the site and the pavement alone as it exists today, restriping, accommodating band spaces to the front, we're proposing a raised sidewalk coming along this side, going out to Main Street, which is also synonymous. We have a large diameter water line, a 6-inch water line, because the building is historic, it doesn't have a sprinkler system, so we need to tie to the main line in Main Street to bring the sprinkler in. So we'll be digging up a portion of that and replacing it and putting a sidewalk with a concrete curb. Restriping to get the 38 spaces that we need. One of the constraints that we have is there's a 20-foot wide right-of-way in this area on the northerly side of the site right behind the laundromat. So we have to honor that. And I've got the site pictures that I can show you various aspects of the site if you like. Here is the laundromat. Up here in green, there's a guardrail across the top of the site that we're going to replace probably with wood or will renovate in place. But that's one of the constraints. We have an obligation to maintain that right-of-way for the benefit of the laundromat. The adjacent site, River Street, is over here. The only real significant site alterations that we're proposing is a rain garden down in this area. And the simple reason we're doing that is we've talked preliminarily with the conservation administrator. That's all invasive species. It's Japanese knotweed, it's got some multiflora rose, it's got some oriental bittersweet. And we've been informed that the Conservation Commission will, in all likelihood, require us to remediate that. Well, the easiest way, I'm a landscape architect, by the way, not a civil engineer, but I do know how to remediate wetlands and invasive species. The best way for us to do that is we're going to dig them out, and then the dirt and the roots will leave the site, and we're going to have a hole in the ground. Well, what better way to treat the stormwater than put something like a rain garden? So it's going to be, the size of the rain garden will be occupied in this general area. We have an existing catch basin, we'll capture it, we'll treat the runoff to whatever degree that we can based on the remediation efforts that we'll do. Other than that, the only other digging that we're going to do is we're going to create some green space along the front of the site. We're creating an island here with a single tree. So this is a redevelopment under stormwater quality standards because we're reducing the amount of impervious and we're increasing the stormwater standards that, as it impacts the Ascot River. So that's why we're down digging next to the river, and we will be permitting that with the Conservation Commission. We haven't made that application as of yet. A 6-bike rack will be located here, right off of the sidewalk, so that our employees or customers can utilize the site with either pedestrian or bicycle. And it's a pretty straightforward application all along. That's pretty much the site. If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Then that will go straight to the architect.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Your proposed right-of-way, who has access to that?
The abutters have, it's on our property.
It is your property.
It is our property, but the abutters have the rights of access through. So next door, I believe the laundromat has the rights too.
And you have no interest in exiting your property out that way?
We actually looked at that during an early site design process, and the traffic engineers and in the early meetings with the planning department said that that was probably not a good idea. They really like the two-way traffic here and don't incorporate or impact River Street and whatever development might be happening next door to us.
If that became a problem in getting in and out with just a single entrance, would that be another avenue you might approach?
If the town allows it, it would. Yes. We do have rights over it and the adjacent right-of-way, but we're choosing not to exercise them, and I'll let traffic engineer and I think the consulting engineer.
Thank you for.
So I understand the applicant owns the property?
We own this property here, but these guys have the right to pass and repass.
But you own the rest of the larger site plan property line, right?
Yeah, and we have the right to pass over their property to get to River Street.
I understand that, but
Okay.
in terms of the whole property, the building footprint all the way down to the river, that's owned by the applicant?
It is. It's currently 2 lots under the assessor's maps, but it is under agreement by my client who'd be purchasing all of the property.
And just so I understand your plan, your current plan, it obviously doesn't seem like it's in full detail, but your current plan is to remove soils along the river
Yeah.
bank and in the back of the property
Right.
and dispose of those soils.
Yeah. So picture is here. This that you can see here, these are the existing loading docks which we're not going to need, and they're located right here. So from the back of the building going all the way to the top of the river's edge has Japanese knotweed and other invasives.
That edge of pavement in that photo in the lower right, is that different than the edge of pavement in your diagram?
It isn't. There's a catch basin right there.
Got it.
And we're keeping
So
the
you're
catch
not-
basin.
You're not removing any pavement, you're
No.
just. Got
As
it.
a matter of fact, some of the pavement goes over the property line over here, and we don't have the right to go on somebody else's property. We're just gonna restripe the parking lot on our side and leave whatever is on the adjacent property on the adjacent property.
Is there a fence? Any kind
There's
of
no fence, no. There's piles of sand and accumulated snow plow debris. A lot of the trees on that edge are probably marginal, but they reach over the property line and not on our property.
So, Bill, are we 100% sure that right-of-way is not town? Because I always thought the assessor map showed that as town property, but maybe we just forgot to tax it.
We're confident it is not a public right-of-way. And we did the survey.
But the existing easement allows passage for the abutters up to Main Street?
Yeah. Well, no, the easement really grants access to the laundry to the back of their building and going to River Street. Because the easement actually ends here. There is no right to pass and repass over our principal entrance. But if that easement weren't there, the laundry wouldn't be able to get to its back door and they wouldn't be able to park their vans and do what they do.
Any other questions about the site? I have a question about the building.
Well, I have a question about site access. The issue of River Street is I really don't want to see cars going out on River Street. I mean, I note that, you know, if I was GPSing my way out of the site, it would actually take me down River Street to go south. You know, it's not a great street to push a bunch of traffic on, so I'd rather they come out on Main.
We have no issue with putting a do not enter sign on both sides of that.
So you could physically drive through there right now, whether
Yes, you can. Yeah.
Got it, because that's, the laundry folks use that from time to time.
Right, right. And this building here, and Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, this building here has residences on it, and they at one point had a lease for 3 parking spaces, but the owner of our site, the current owner, has discontinued that lease.
Isn't there a lease for parking spaces in here from that
Yeah, that's-
apartment under the piece, over the PC?
Yeah, that was a special permit criteria, so.
I have reached out to the owner of Plaza Cafe, asked him to come in. We have to get that straight. It was 3, I think it was 3 or 2 or 3 spaces.
Yeah, right. To get occupancy of his units.
But you can see we have 3 spaces, 3 parallel spaces up there.
But they're included in your count?
They are included in our count, but as we mentioned before, we think we have more parking than we need.
Wayne, could you explain what's going to happen in the public right away on Main Street? I mean, they're going to redo a sidewalk, or they're going to cut open Main Street to connect water or something?
So the applicant provided some response to our comments. I haven't had a chance to go through them in detail. Maybe you could just answer relative to
Sure.
utility connections.
Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. So what we're going to do is we're going to have to cut into Main Street like any other development or whatever. We do a temporary cut in. We tap the water line. It will take probably a single day. We'll have to hire police details, et cetera, et cetera. And we'll run it down into the building and meet up with the new sprinkler system that they're going to have to put into the building. We will then patch the asphalt, which is our driveway, to match what's existing, and we'll patch the sidewalk in all likelihood with concrete or whatever the DPW requires. Currently, it's part of our driveway and it's asphalt. This sidewalk that goes up to it is gonna blend seamlessly to the back edge of what the sidewalk exists today. So we'll replace the sidewalk if we damage it or dig through it, and then we'll seamlessly connect right to it because the slope goes downhill. So we'll have a short period of reveal that's less than 6 inches, and then the rest of the sidewalk will be 6 inches proud from the adjacent driveway. And the product that we're gonna use is precast concrete, which is light, and then the sidewalk itself is gonna be bituminous concrete, just like the driveway and the patch and everything in between.
Just a
So
personal,
ADA is not an issue.
okay, just a personal preference for the work on the town right away. I don't really like the word patch, or something that implies, you know, restore, improve.
Well, we will replace
Something
it.
more beneficial to the town.
We will replace it as DPW directs, and if it's the sidewalk, I'm sure it'll be a concrete sidewalk, and there's some granite curb there that would probably be reset to match the flare that exists. We have a picture of the other side here. And I know everybody can't see it, but I'll show them. This is what exists, so we're actually cutting over here, but this is what exists on both sides. So you can see the granite curb and the driveway, the asphalt comes up. And we'll just be matching the back edge of the sidewalk with our walk and replacing and repairing whatever is altered as a standard form of construction. Nothing significant.
Just to comment on the patch, Bill, DPW has a pretty prescriptive street opening permit application that we has a permanent patch and so forth, so.
Right.
I'm confident they'll fix it the right way once they apply for it.
Yeah, usually it's a two-stage. You go in, you do the work, you compact it, and then you come back after a period of time and make sure it hasn't settled. And if it's settled, you deal with it and do a permanent patch.
Wayne, have you had a chance to dig into the stormwater issues yet on this?
We commented on them a little bit. The applicant provided some responses. I haven't had a chance to review them all. I understand the comment about the rain garden and the invasives they talked to Caitlin about. One of the big concerns we had was whether the regulations allow you to create that rain garden and infiltrate that close to the river. I don't know the answer to that because I haven't really gone through your response as well as I'd like to yet, but we were concerned with that. I understand why you're doing it. It makes perfect sense. I'm not sure if it's allowed or not within that proximity of the river or not.
So that's definitely within the jurisdiction of the Conservation Commission. I'm not disputing anything. Caitlin and I had a conversation, and I asked her if this would fall under a very particular filing type, which is a ecological restoration limited project. And she consulted, can I speak for you? Okay. She consulted with DEP, and they said that we could file under that very specific, because the only reason that we're digging down adjacent to the river is to get rid of the invasive species. So there's a specific category that we're seeking for special protections that allow us to do that, and we've cited that in our application, and we'll be filing that with the Conservation Commission very, very soon.
So I guess some thoughts on that. You have a parking lot, you have a whole, swath of asphalt. You also have a very large building. I guess I'm wondering if there's the ability in that green space to accommodate any roof water, even though that is a pre-development condition, which you might not be required to mitigate for. It just seems like an opportunity.
Well, roof water is considered clean under the stormwater regulations, and I honestly don't know where the roof goes, but I'm guessing it pitches to the back of the building and probably straight to the river. So it's clean water that's falling on the bank because the building actually hits the edge of the river.
It would be a detention issue, I guess.
Well, yeah, we're decreasing the amount of impervious, so under the stormwater regulations, we are meeting the criteria for redevelopment.
Can you remind us how you're decreasing impervious?
Yeah, sure. We're digging in here what is currently asphalt, and we're doing new planting strips along the front face of the building in an attempt to comply with your landscaping regulations to the extent that we can, because it's an existing site.
but it's, as a percentage, it's pretty tiny.
It's small. But there isn't a whole lot of land, paved land on that site that we actually have the ability to alter, and I'll explain in even more detail. And the architect will get into it, I'll be quick. The principal entrance will be here, opposite the accessible spaces. There's a large foyer, and then they do their purchases, and this is the principal egress. So this area, which is currently paved, we need to keep paved so that they will egress onto a paved surface. This area that's striped is a van space because there's an interior loading bay with a garage door. So we have our dumpster where the dumpster currently is today. And so the only thing that we don't have is we have loading docks that are located here that we're not going to use. And that would be the only area that we really have the ability to get rid of any pavement, but then that renders that part of the building kind of moot and hard to replace.
Okay. Related to the building, I mean, you're only using about a third of it, right?
Yeah.
And that is in perpetuity? Is there a reservation of rights to use the rest of that for, I don't know, how is that
So
captured?
if there's any reuse, we would have to come back to the planning board for site plan review, or a special permit, or some other permit. But we're going to mothball the back half of that building for the indeterminate future. It's going to be made stable. It's, going to meet the code. It's going to be sprinkled, maybe even temper heated, but not used for operations or anything.
Okay.
Architect?
Yeah, as soon as I walk away.
Actually, quick question for you,
Sure.
something related to the use of the building space. The calculation of zoning requirements regarding parking, I think it was said it was 18. Is that calculated off the space in use or the entire building?
Space in use. But if we were to use the DOD, which we're not using, the downtown overlay, that would be a different criteria, which would be half the use, and then we'd be still, we have 38, and we'd be required.
So I'm not really concerned by the adequacy of the parking supply. I'm just focusing on whether there's a need to be a request for a waiver. Because I don't see how zoning can be calculated on just the piece you say you're going to use and not the whole building. That seems odd.
Okay.
Back to the invasives and the green area. I mean, I haven't been back behind the building, but I would suspect.
You'd be wet.
Yeah, I would suspect that there is knotweed all around the back in every little last crevice that you can possibly
Well,
grow a plant in.
Rock behind the building. Yes, I did. The behind the building has been reinforced with rock. And this is the behind the building. And there really isn't Japanese knotweed back there. As I understand it, this flat area was occupied at one point by trucks and trailers and things like that. It's a compressed topsoil. The back of the building here is literally the bank. You can't actually get back there. It's got fencing on either side. But I didn't see knotweed in there.
So I guess, I mean, the whole river's covered in knotweed. There's no, we can't expect that to change. I guess and maybe this is a question to Conservation Commission about requirements for maintenance, basically, to ensure that, you clean up this fraction of the riverfront. You spend a lot of money on it and do the right thing, and the knotweed's gonna come back. So how's that enforced, I guess, over time?
So per the order of conditions, which is the permit to work in the wetlands and to do this project, we can condition it so after so much time, they have to report back to us for us to inspect it and to continue, at least for 3 years, to continue to remediate whatever comes back after. We haven't actually received the NOI yet, so I haven't seen the details, but we can condition ongoing kind of oversight of that.
We do have a remediation plan in the plans that we submitted to you. The specs are right in there. Matter of fact, it's in the application booklet too.
Any other questions on site before we go to architecture?
Thank you.
Well, I do have one thing to add regarding the way that, about the special permit and the square footage. I put in the staff report, but I don't know if you had a chance to look at it yet, but this use, the applicant's requesting a specific square footage from the building. This is an existing structure which kind of, in our downtown overlay district, if the use is the same for an existing structure, there really isn't a parking requirement. On the other hand, when you enter with the special permit, that's where that would come in. So in this case, I think where the board would also have to consider if they're going to issue a special permit, if it was specifically for that amount of square footage, and then would they calculate the parking based on that? And then an amendment, if there's a subsequent amendment, if they want to expand, then that would be another amendment. Make sense? A little bit.
A little bit.
Yeah, it's a tough.
I'm sure we'll get into
Easier if they just cut the building in half.
Seems like a golden opportunity. In other words, if the applicant was coming in with a different use right now, they wouldn't be in front of this board.
Right.
That's the
No, point taken.
So, to that question, just so I can understand, because this is still bothering me. If the applicant's using a third of the building or half the building, and they don't expand the business, and they want to put a trucking facility in the other half, do they need to come back to you guys?
If the use is permitted, like right now, it's considered a manufacturing.
They want to put a manufacturing facility.
Right,
back.
no,
They need to come back?
No.
So what happens to the parking count that we're talking about for this use?
It's
Where
an
else are these people going to park?
It's a DOD existing structure. It's no different than if we had any of our downtown businesses and one went out and one went in, a restaurant went out, a restaurant went in, it was the same, if it was the same use, you're not gonna say we have to create 25 more parking spaces, you know, so that's, because it's the DOD, and that's the quandary. So what Bill's saying is that you know, looking at whether there's a parking waiver or not, that's gonna be tied to a special permit, but not, you see what I mean?
We would accept a special permit specifying that any expansion of the use would require coming back to the planning board. That would not be an issue.
Oh, if it's this use, it would require, yeah. Because
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, but I think with the point Wayne is making is if a trucking company went in there tomorrow, would it create a parking problem? And I would say that, well, if they've adjusted it, whatever the board feels is appropriate for them.
I think he's saying that we could condition it.
But yeah, we can condition that.
Anything that goes in triggers coming back to look at the
You can.
permit.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, we're looking at the property itself, and that's the applicants for the property.
Right.
So,
So it seems like we're good on that.
Correct.
I mean, my question about the calculation of parking space is just a technical, legal thing to protect them from somebody challenging the permit, something like that. So if they need to request a waiver, then they request a waiver.
My cue?
Thank you.
My name is Jessie Moberg. I'm the architect on this project. I work with Caveney Architectural Collaborative. We're based out of Lowell. My background is heavily in the cannabis space. I designed two of the very first licenses, or 2 of the 5 licenses issued first in Massachusetts in 2014, and have just kind of snowballed it from there. So very familiar with this project type and the requirements, both for the use of the space and also for the security requirements and special permitting requirements from towns. I'll direct you guys to the floor plan that you have in the packet, and then for you guys out here, it's actually going to be the one on the board. There are some modifications that were made after this one was completed and submitted due to an unexpected basement. So the basics of it are you're going to go through the existing front door entry. When you go in the main entry, there's going to be a secure vestibule where you will have your ID checked by a security officer in a reception area. That space is by architectural standards, big enough to hold 57 people, but by regulations for building code, it's maxed out at 49. So you won't have a queue of people outside waiting to get in. There's enough space for people to actually wait in the building. From there, you'll be led into a pretty expansive sales floor, which you can see on the rendering above, also on these photos and in your packet. The purpose of the sales floor is not to go around and pick up merchandise like you would in any other facility. There's no product on the shelf that you can physically pick up. It'll be informational. There's packaging. There are sales people on the floor to help you figure out which products you want to use, and ask questions and get clarifications on what their uses might be. From there, you approach the point of sale, which is in the rendering up top, and it's essentially a delivery method similar to fast food kind of restaurant. You know, you'll go up to the point of sale, you'll give somebody what you want to order. It's packaged in the back, and then will be given to the person at the point of sale to then give to you. So there's not a whole lot of transaction happening aside from a single bag being given to you with your product in it. From there, you go out the side door, which is shown, I think on Bill's plan here. There's a ramp coming off the side of the building. That is a separate entry and exit back into the accessible part of the parking lot at the front of the building. I believe that ramp will be smaller. If I had to guess, we didn't have the site elevations when we made the rendering. Back to the question about square footage. So the retail portion of this is that 3,900 number. The total square footage for the whole facility, including back of house and that secure receiving, is closer to 6,000. It is on the building permit plans, and it's in your packet, what that net usable is. So we have kind of behind the scenes, you know, you have secure storage, you have areas for your employees. We do have a drive-in secure receiving area. So all product that's being delivered to the facility is prepackaged, it's enclosed, it's delivered by, you know, security officers within the actual building behind a closed door. And we'll have security speak more to how that process actually works.
Sorry, everything in white.
Everything in white on that plan.
Is about 6,000.
It's roughly 6,000 square feet. I think it's on the very front page of our permit submission, which is not in your hands, but it's 59 and change.
Thank you.
Yep. So, I mean, that's the overall workings of the building. The added rooms that are in the dispensary part itself, we have an office for consultations. So if you come in, you have a medical issue, you want to speak to somebody privately, there is a closed door that you can go behind. We also have just a general manager office and some general storage that can be accessed from the floor. Aside from that, everything is in that behind the scenes back of house area. That's pretty much it. So if you guys have any questions about the design of the building itself, please let me know.
I have a question on the graphics in your presentation. Is the exterior of the building proposed to be reskinned, as you guys have indicated, or is that just for?
It's just painted. It's just painted. It's going to be cleaned, probably power washed, painted. The skin itself is still going to remain. There's masonry on the front, and there is a metal panel system on the side. We'll replace as needed, but for the most part, it's just going to be cleaned and painted and left as is.
Question again about the renderings. You've got some signage shown.
There is. That is.
Is signage part of this application at this point? Are we dealing with that later, or is that?
Signage won't require an application unless it's inconsistent with our sign bylaws.
This is a very big signs.
I'm just saying it's pretty.
Yeah, that's if it does exceed it, then the special permit is required for the sign of it.
So on the rendering, it showed for graphics, but
artistic
that's
license.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we'll adjust the size and the color and the shape of whatever it needs to be to fit into your bylaws.
I think the colors will be just fine.
Yeah.
But assuming it, the dimensions and everything fine, it would just go to building department.
Sometimes people do their special permit, and they'll come back in 6 months to do the signage. I just wanted to understand if that
is a possibility. We're not really dealing with signage as part of the application now.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, it is the logo and the general aesthetic of what the sign will be, but the size and the location is still up for grabs. And then just a note, the existing signage above the front door, it's just the building address. That's there now. We're just proposing to clean it up and leave it as is.
Another thing, just while we're on the renderings, is you've got lighting shown. I don't know if that is consistent with your plan as well, or?
I don't believe the site lighting has been worked out entirely yet. We are showing lighting on the exterior of the building to satisfy the Cannabis Control Commission and security requirements.
I called the electrical engineer to get that, and I was hoping to bring it tonight, but I will certainly have it next week.
Okay.
Yeah, the MEPs are in full development right now. So mechanical, electrical, and plumbing plans, we are working out some of the finer details of those so that we have a more complete package. And that will also include the new fire protection system that will tie into this 6-inch line going to Main Street.
And I don't see an interior mechanical room. Is there, it would just be rooftop?
We have a couple of rooftop units. I think there's 2 that we're replacing on the location of the existing. And then we have an interior, I think an electrical room and a fire sprinkler closet in the existing basement where they are currently located. So the sprinkler is going to be where the water line is, where the water line comes into the building.
What's IDF?
IDF is basically a server room. It's where the security server cage essentially is kept.
Thank you.
Regarding lighting and the Cannabis Commission requirements, I mean, do they require just the building to be lit all the time, or does the parking lot have to be lit 24/7?
I think there's a restriction on how far away from the building it actually has to extend. I don't have those details off the top of my head, but I do know that the building perimeter itself has to be pretty well lit, both because of diversion and trying to make the site seem safer so people are less likely to come there, and also for the camera coverage. I want to make sure that if you're getting somebody on camera, their face is
But those
visible
wall
at night.
packs will be full cutoff, down shining. They're probably going to throw maybe 15 or 20 feet. And then the site plan shows it's 2 post lights, and they'll be put on the parking lot periphery here and here to shine that way, so that we're not impacting that development. And the lights on the front of the building should adequately light the front of the site. We're not proposing to light the sidewalk.
Sorry, what development did you just mention?
One next door, potential one next door, this is an abandoned building right now.
Where's the stairway go? So, I don't know, I mean, obviously you've got regulations that you've got to follow, but other than the kind of typical, spill-off type issues you've got, looks like pretty much a 0 lot line on the east side, abutting one of Mr. McDonald's properties, I believe.
That's right.
And also, a natural area on the river. So I guess however we can, balance those considerations, we'll have to look at that in more detail.
We aren't going to be lighting up the rain garden or any of that, no.
Correct.
Yeah.
It'll be focused on the parking lot, and then just towards where the tree is shown on my site plan.
Yep.
And then parking and access in front of the building, and we're not proposing any kind of lighting on the sidewalk going to Main Street.
A question on the inside, you may have shown it, and I can't see it here. Your product is coming in and being packaged on site.
Incorrect, no. The product will all be prepackaged, hermetically sealed before it is shipped out from the cultivation facility in Littleton.
All right, so there'd be no reason for grinding, composting, anything?
Absolutely not. And just to kind of piggyback on that, any cannabis waste is destroyed at the cultivation facility. So if for some reason, everybody always laughs at this, but you can return bad weed if you don't want it. Any product that's returned, any product that has been tampered with, anything that shows up and is opened or is questionably opened, there is a safe within the facility for that product specifically, and it will be transported in that secure transport back to the cultivation facility to be
Anything
destroyed.
that goes into the dumpster will be
It's office
normal
trash,
waste
basically,
and not
yeah.
anything to do with this, okay.
Correct, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Security, I guess you wanted to...
Hi, I'm Brad Baker, security consultant on this project. The regulations for security are very tight. They require 24/7 video coverage of any area where cannabis may be brought or stored. So the entire facility will have high definition video coverage that's retained for 90 days per regulation. And then you've got standard intrusion alarms cover the entire facility. essentially there'll be no way to get in or out after hours without the security monitoring center being aware of it and actually getting video clips sent to them to monitor. The police will have access to the video as well, and I believe the security plan has been reviewed by the chief of police and approved, at least tentatively as is. The narrative write-up and the drawings that depict, the coverages. So if there's any specific questions, I can just give you a basic overview.
One of the questions, have you met with the chief, and is he satisfied with your?
Personally, I did not. My colleague did. And yes, I was told that he was 100% satisfied with the plan. As he mentioned, one of the kind of chief security points that we have here is the internal sally port for driving in, which not a lot of the facilities actually have. The ability to bring the vehicle inside and unload it and load it back up inside the facility without having to worry about any exposure to the outside.
Will deliveries be made during operating hours or not operating hours?
Typically, they're done randomized, but we try to avoid doing them during operating hours.
Bill, is your understanding the chief is happy with the security?
Chief is happy, he has no
Then I would
concerns.
suggest we don't spend.
Can you
time
just
on
briefly
security.
remind us of what your proposed operating hours are?
I think that's kind of open right now. We could go 8 to 11, depends on what the town is comfortable with. So again, that's something we could work with you with that, whatever you're comfortable with.
I believe the Board of Selectmen's
Yeah.
regulations have.
Licensing,
Yeah,
right.
yeah, their regs specify
Right,
allowable hours.
right.
Greg,
That would
may
be
I ask
maximum.
Mr. Maury?
Yes, please.
Mr. Maury, can I ask you a question, sir?
Sure.
You sat here very nicely and quietly and listened to the previous applicant, and we talked to the applicant. We have determined that would be by appointment only and certain numbers of people per hour. What are your thoughts about that?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you right now, we want to start off with appointment only, just to provide a soft opening, make sure everything is fine. I think if you look at the marketplace as it exists today, the early days in Leicester and Northampton, the craziness has really subsided. There have been places opened up in Worcester. They had reservation for like a week. They just removed that. Same with Lowell, as well as Brookline. There was a store that just opened up in Amherst on Sunday. There was hardly anybody there. So I think as these become more and more prevalent as they roll out, we believe that there's normalcy now, that the mass hysteria has ended. We feel we have enough parking to make sure, we're going to make sure there's no issues when it comes to that. That's the last thing we want to do. So to answer your question, that's how we'd like to start. And we anticipate, hopefully, we'd go to a walk-in basis very soon after that.
So if we use the same numbers that we used for the other applicant, that would be not a problem for us.
I think it would be a problem. We've got much more, parking and capacity to handle more people.
Okay.
Well, we're certainly going to have to confront that.
Yeah.
Given that we have one more hearing tonight, and I'm assuming continuing tonight, this particular hearing, I'm proposed that we move on. And maybe, I guess, I'll give one last chance if there's any feedback that you feel that you need that you didn't get at this point to proceed. Now's your opportunity before we start talking about continuing.
Is there anything Wayne or Bill want to add?
I guess.
Yeah,
We have our traffic.
We got a traffic engineer if you.
Okay.
Touch on that.
Talk about traffic, I would say, first.
Okay. 5 minutes for traffic. Sorry.
Go.
Good evening. My name is Corinne Tobias. I'm the traffic engineer. I work for Green International Affiliates. We prepared the traffic study for this location. You can see the site. In addition to the site driveway, we looked at 4 other intersections: the signalized intersection of Nason Street at Summer Street, and the signalized intersection of Main Street, Summer Street, Waltham Street, and Acton Street, and then the unsignalized intersection at Nason Street and Walnut Street. For our traffic count collection data, we did a weekday PM and a Saturday midday peak period, from 4 to 6 p.m. on weekday PM and 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. During the Saturday. And then we, in addition to using the ITE, Institute of Transportation Engineer, trip generation rates for this site, we also did a count at the Fall River Dispensary as sort of a comparison point for more local data, because the data that's used right now for ITE is primarily based on the West Coast. And then in addition to that, we did a 48-hour vehicle count on Main Street to get speed and daily volumes. This shows the 48-hour count data. The posted speed limit is 25 miles per hour, and the 85th percentile speed on Main Street is also 25 miles per hour, so there really wasn't a speeding condition there that we were concerned about. We can keep going. The crash history, we looked at 3 years of crash records. Mason Street at Nason Street did have a higher crash rate than the state average, as well as the Main Street segment. All of the other locations had crash rates below the District 3 averages. 90% of crashes resulted in property damage only. And keep going. So, we touched a little bit on the site circulation and parking. We have the single entrance and exit on Main Street. We had some discussions and agreed that River Street is not an ideal access point for this location, just based on the nature of the roadway. Giving the single access point on Main Street allows right-in, right-out access, which limits the traffic impacts pretty significantly. There's 39 parking spaces provided, including the 2 handicap accessible spaces near the entrance. The ITE parking generation demand for a site of this size said that it would only require 10 vehicles. That was based on, again, some West Coast data that has a little bit of a higher market saturation. So that's kind of where we see this heading down the road. And you'll see that it's ample parking. For the trip distribution, it's a little hard to see on this figure. You've got about 100% of your traffic coming in and out of the site driveway. And about half of it is coming from Main Street, and another half is coming down Waltham Street, and then the remaining from the north. Okay, so for trip generation, we did find that the Fall River site was a little bit higher, especially during the PM peak hour. It was somewhat more comparable on Saturday as compared to ITE. So we wanted to use those higher volumes just to get a sense of what the impact would be in a situation where you did have more of a rush. So we can, right, this is a little bit hard to see on here. Just keep going. All right, so this is our PM peak hour capacity analysis. The items highlighted in yellow are places where things change from no build to build. For the site driveway, under proposed conditions for both the PM and Saturday, we're at a level of service B. We do have a little bit of an impact on the Walgreens driveway, which goes from a B to a C, but that's still generally considered acceptable during rush hour. And then for Walnut Street, at Main Street, the northbound on Walnut goes from a C to a D, but again, that's about a 30-second delay. And then Nason Street at Summer Street, we've got another, that goes from a C to a D as well, but it's only an increase in delay of about 2 to 3 seconds. And the site driveway, again, under both PM and Saturday conditions, is a level of service B. And then here's the Saturday, and you can see we don't have any level of service impacts at the other study area intersections, just the site driveway location and the Walgreens across the street. This is the site distance evaluation that we did for the site driveway. With the stopping site distance we found was sufficient on Main Street. Go back a little bit, sorry. However, for the site driveway at Main Street, we did see that there was a little bit of an issue with the desirable site distance. That's not a requirement, it's just allows things to move a little bit more smoothly. So one of the recommendations we're making is to eliminate one of the parking spaces that makes it harder for you to see coming down Main Street.
Just so you know, I'm pretty much a no vote if you take away any on-street parking.
Okay.
Get that out.
I mean, that's certainly, it's not something that's required because, again, the stopping site distance criteria, which is the real critical one, is still met. It was just if you wanted to go above and beyond and meet the intersection site distance.
And I understand that people do encroach on the driveway, but I think if we just stripe it better, then they.
Okay.
That's
I think there's not going to be a problem here to maintain that parking space. But so anyway, we do recommend striping and providing the appropriate pavement markings at the access driveway to kind of control that a little bit better as it goes in and out of Main Street. Are there any questions? Was that quick enough?
Thank you. One thing I did want to mention is that part of the security will be having someone working the parking lot as well. Making sure that the flow is good, directing people, things of that nature. So, you know.
Yeah, state law doesn't allow people to loiter in the parking lot, or the security staff. When you buy your product, you have a reasonable amount of time. You are not allowed to consume anything on the site, nor are you allowed to loiter on the site, go shopping somewhere else. You have to actually leave the site, so that there is a constant circulation of cars, and customers do have to leave the site shortly after making any purchase. We're even visiting the facilities.
Thank you. I'm sure Wayne will be diving into those details and providing feedback, unless you have anything you want to add now.
Planning board, a quick update. So we did provide some comments. The engineer did reply to those. I have to dig into them a little bit. I guess one thing to think about, we can talk. If there's anything that you feel that you are going to have an issue addressing, we can certainly talk about that, or you can talk to the board the next time. I think we really have to be creative about how we're going to restrict access on the River Street. I am concerned to a couple of the planning board's comment. I think that's going to be used no matter what we do. And even if we say do not enter, I think people are going to use it eventually. So we may have to get a little creative on how we discourage people from trying to exit that right away. The traffic engineer did a good job describing what they analyzed. I owe them a traffic memo. I'll get that to them tomorrow. I actually finished looking at it, but I didn't feel it was fair to dump it on them right before the meeting. So I'll send that off tomorrow for them to look at with the comments. And then I'm sure next time we'll be able to resolve all this stuff. We'll work to try to resolve it in the meantime.
Thank you.
Is there a sidewalk, I'm sorry, is there a crosswalk adjacent to the property across Main Street?
Not currently.
Is it, can we just wrap that into your considerations about pedestrian flow to and from that site?
So, members of the public, now's your opportunity. We will be continuing the hearing and having further discussion input, but you've all patiently waited. So, any comments at this time? Yes.
Hi, Tim Hess, Main Street. I heard one of the applicants, or one of the representatives of the applicants, refer to their belief that they had a little more parking than they needed. I think it's a happy coincidence that they've got a lot more asphalt than the river needs. It might be nice to consider a reduction of that parking to create some pervious surface there of one sort or another.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Definitely second that motion, but I also, as you're re-engineering the building, I heard somebody was referring to structural, doing structural things. It's the perfect flat roof for a green roof, and if there's any kind of, the rain, which goes nicely with the rain garden. But I understand that's a re-engineering.
We're not proposing touching the existing structure at all, but we are putting in new building systems, so the mechanical, the electrical, the plumbing, fire protection. We would have to redo the entire structure to support the weight of a green roof, but we could look into other alternatives for sustainability, possible solar or something in that area.
Great, but the infiltration, you know, you're not repaving, you're not doing any repaving.
No, no new pavement other than sidewalk, where it is already paved.
Right.
Any last, yes.
Sky Lucy, 21 River Street. So mixed feelings about this one. I'm glad that somebody's paying attention to the property. It's been run down and neglected for years, and I'm glad that it's going to be taken care of and looked after. That's important. Please respect the river. It's very important to me. I about the river, and there's wildlife every day there. Let me see. So I looked at your proposal, and it explains why you didn't consider River Street in your parking analysis because you were considering traffic on River Street. So that explains that. And I applaud the fact that you're not considering traffic on River Street, and I agree with whoever it was that said that a do not enter sign is not going to be sufficient, because if I'm at that lot and I want to go whatever direction that is west, I'm not going to be able to do that by going on Main Street. I'm going to have to go Main Street and go all the way around, and so it's going to be the natural inclination of somebody up that space who wants to go in that direction to go down River Street regardless of the sign. So a barrier of some kind, I'm voting for that.
And one of the things we definitely would do is educate the people as they leave. Please go out the other way. So that's, again, that's something that we'll be working to make sure, it's going to remain right.
Because we've got
and again,
and dogs and
right,
elderly
exactly,
and no sidewalks.
Right.
Wayne, would you be allowed to place a temporary barrier there every day that they bring in and out, like an orange,
There's a lot of things
fencing or whatever?
that can be done. I'll challenge the applicant to maybe propose some things. Okay, I would think about it. I can certainly come up with some ideas for them. They may like my ideas less. So I'm gonna offer that they maybe think about some options to preclude traffic from exiting there.
Does the laundry
and again,
frequently pass through there?
You
Do the laundry trucks multiple times a day, or is
I
that?
don't know the frequency. I mean,
So it's
they
a
have
common
right-of-way.
occurrence?
Yeah.
I will reach out to the laundry, because if he has the right to pass and repass, we don't have the right to impede his rights, because it's an easement that was granted to somebody else. We'll reach out to the laundry and maybe ask him to come to the next meeting.
But you could block the terminus of that right of way permanently if you wanted to, right? Because it's not a through right of way, it's just to his back.
They treat it as a through right of way.
No, but Bill, you're right. I mean, they could, if they wanted to, it would probably affect their traffic circulation, I'm guessing. So they may not want to do that, but you could boundary that right away. If it's only, it's not allowed, they're not allowed egress out to Main Street on your property. Technically, you could. I'm not suggesting we have to go to that extreme, but that's why I would try to get creative with, come up with some solutions that will still allow the laundromat to get to their back door, but maybe prohibit everybody else from going
I
freely.
think where we're going to start is we're going to review who has what rights. And then we'll come back with an answer along those lines.
That sounds great.
And I do have one final comment, with just regard to the overall movement toward legalizing and the use and sale of marijuana products in Maynard. I did vote for it, and just philosophically, I don't believe somebody should go to jail for ownership or use of marijuana. But I do want to say that this is going to fundamentally change the character of our town. I did the quick math. I looked at your proposal and the numbers of customers per hour, and combining those numbers with the Wellspring stores, which are, by the way, within about a block of each other. I don't know why we have to cram them so close together. So we're talking 172 customers per hour. If we project these numbers forward, we're talking about 8,750 customers per week. 37,000 customers per month, 455,000 customers per year. That is going to fundamentally change the character of our downtown, not including all of the new apartment buildings and the whole 129 Parker Street with the Market Basket and hundreds of residential areas down there. So get ready. Here we go. It's just.
I would just say that it might be helpful for the selectmen to hear that same message if that's
Sure.
what you're trying to convey to us.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, Sandy Way Lawton, 57th Street. I just strongly second that. There's no question it'll significantly change the character of the town.
Thank you. There was one other, yes.
I just, Matthew Stansfield, 34 River Street. Yeah, I just would strongly urge everyone on the board to consider River Street and all the proposals. I don't know if we find that we need that easement or it would help traffic, if there's a way even to make a portion of River Street be two-way to alleviate that. And there's just several families in the apartment complex at the end of River Street that we already feel like traffic on River Street is maybe more than we like. And we certainly hope that this is a good way. You know, the two-way traffic is a good option. Hopefully that will work. It's kind of a nerve-wracking time for us as well because the building adjacent to that is now a vacant lot. That whole area just looks tore up, and we want to make sure that, you know, the integrity of Maynard and the downtown is what it is, and that we're happy to have that be our neighborhood.
I think that's a good point. It reminds me that there are a lot of people that travel down, take a right at the Pleasant Cafe, take a right onto River Street to just travel to wherever else they're going. So, I mean, currently you're getting a lot of traffic that just passes through there. So it's, when we talk about prevention of traffic to, you know, going on River Street, it's not just customers, it's the cultural norm to do so currently. So it's non-customers as well.
It's the default way to get west on Main Street.
Which is great, but like there's not a sidewalk on River Street. We haven't had a stop sign at the end of the street in probably 3-4 months. Basic.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
You know, that's interesting you say that because I went down River Street purposely because I wanted to see the demolition and all of that. And I had the tendency to look right at the end of River Street to go to Walnut. You know, kind of, I really didn't do a good job of looking left, and they come speeding down there. I think there should be a stop sign there. So, I mean, luckily I didn't have an accident. It would have been my fault anyway, but I think a stop sign's a good thing. I mean, I stopped, but I looked right. I didn't do left. Okay.
Well,
so I'm just saying, stop sign would be good.
I think similar to what we did with the other project, we should look a little more comprehensively at the signage in the vicinity, which I'm sure we'll do. Any other last comments before we? Yes, ma'am.
Please attend town meeting if you're concerned about how many marijuana retail shops we have, because there's an article for a cap. And frankly, I think 2 is a lot. I like these guys, sorry, better than, not for the location for you, but on Nason Street, I'll always be against that one.
Okay, so schedule. You guys good? What did we determine on the 20th? June 11th? June 11th. June 11th?
We're stacking a long minutes.
Are you okay with continuing to June 11th?
Is that the soonest?
Yes. That would be the soonest. I move to continue the public hearing for 22 Main Street to June 11th.
Second.
All in favor? 5-0. Thanks, guys. See you in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
We can very quickly move to the next public hearing, 21 Main Street for Emerson Medical. Thank you for your patience. Waited a long time, but you might have amenable board.
My name is Margaret Bosberg. I'm with Viewpoint Sign and Awning. I am a third party in the Emerson Hospital signage process. I was contracted to install the signage and to do permitting or any process that's local. So the customer had presented something that was above the normal square footage. I believe that it's a 30 square feet total. We're presenting something around 75. But then it was brought to our attention that this particular building was actually a Walgreens prior, and that there was a special permit that was given to them to increase their square footage to 142.5. So I don't know what you actually have in front of you. That's it? Okay.
Well, we have some other documents to follow, but. We have this.
Yep.
And we have a staff report.
And that's it.
Get another figure or two.
So we wanted to increase it to what you see in the drawings, and we were hoping to get that approved. But then when the Walgreens situation came up, where they were given a special permit to increase to 142, we were asking, because the building is so big, and that the signs that we're proposing were just a little bit bigger than the regulations, we were hoping that maybe we could kind of come to some sort of agreement. I understand that the usage of the building is not going to be the same. This isn't a retail. This is going to be for medical outpatient services. So, I mean, really, I know it's really late, but I just wanted to kind of bring this up to see if I could actually go back to my customer and present to them and say, look, we might be able to have an opportunity to really kind of put your logo and make the signs a little bit bigger, so not to be overwhelmed with the building. Does that make sense?
So, can you, what's depicted in the drawing, is that per the letter of the code or per your desired?
So what's reflected in the drawing is actually what we were proposing, and that's a little bit over your standards.
Okay.
But then what we were given were the Walgreens decision back in 2008. And it was really because the building itself had a lot of different locations on it for signage. So what we're proposing, I have to do drawings for it, but it was just, I know it's really, I'm really sorry, but, so I guess really what the question is, would you be willing to look at something that had larger signage that was actually more of the 142 square feet in total?
What's the square footage now that you're proposing?
I think I'm at 75 or 82. 82.
What do you think? I mean, can you describe it conceptually, what you're thinking about?
So if you look at the drawings, what I was thinking, I have to come up. I'm just going to get it.
That's fine.
So if you come up and we look at, so here's your streets. Can everybody see this? Okay. So when I drove by the building, or am I Main Street? So here's your Main Street. So I have two main locations on Main Street, right? So I've got these goosenecks that are here on the sides. And we were hoping maybe to do the size. I mean, the size sign is fine, but maybe even add something different that can either show a service that they have or just something that they would be willing to put on. That's one. The other one would be for the parking lot side, which is on this part of your drawing. But then if you come to behind the building on Summer Street, there actually is this location on the building here that looks out to the street. And when I was driving up this way, it actually gives you a really good indication that this is the Emerson Hospital before you hit this little pylon that's over here. So I'm wondering if that's something that we could present. That's going to increase the square footage as well.
So let me clarify, you're not asking to enlarge this particular sign you propose, you're
More
asking for
signs.
more signs.
I'm amenable to that, yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, that.
It's just a big building, and you know we have this.
There's a risk of
tower and-
overkill too, though.
You're right, because like I said, it's not a retail.
The whole, like, sort of repeating something here that's just add-on, you know,
Right.
I feel like that's the kind of thing you could lose without losing anything.
So, and then there's a blade sign too. I mean, there's opportunity, and you know, like I said, I was a third party, I was asked to just do the install, but then I'm looking at it and I'm like, there's just a lot more opportunity for this particular building.
I'm not really excited about that blade sign.
Yeah, that could
That's a
go
big
away.
bulky box in here.
This, you're talking about this?
No,
this.
no,
It's
because
poking out the
it
building.
actually obstructs the
Oh.
view of the facade sign. It's
Yeah.
kind of weird.
Yeah.
I don't know. But regarding the monument sign, I would love to get rid of that if you could replace it with something on the building from that side. Only because, or move it, because it creates a blind spot for cars pulling out with pedestrians on the sidewalk.
I wouldn't
And-
move it. It's a brick pillar,
Yeah,
right?
but-
So, I mean, it's this here. So you're saying remove it and move it somewhere else?
Or
Well,
just
or
remove
just
it.
shift it down a
Just
couple
remove
feet.
it.
I mean, if you put something on the back of the building as you illustrated,
Yeah, so we were trying to do something along these lines, just putting vinyl up on the top here. I think that they have some sort of availability up here to rent.
Yeah.
Oh, so it'd be multiple
So it would
tenants
be
underneath the panels, okay.
That's a different sign application.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. Good. All right.
Kick it down the road.
Yep.
so,
So,
just curious, what are they, like, can we talk about, like, I mean, what are the, do you know what the operating hours are?
nope.
Because the lighting, signage hours, I mean, that's something obviously we need to talk about as well.
The lighting?
But the time, like, what hours the lighting would be on or the signage?
What's the town regulations, out by 10? All lights off by 10, or?
It
is
depends
that-
on
No, we don't
use.
really have it. It's-
Okay.
But we want to make sure to restrict it as much as we can, right?
Yep.
I mean, big picture, I consider signage to be negotiable based on context and what makes sense for the building.
Okay.
At least to me, that gives you the flexibility to make a proposal and we'll react to it.
Right, okay.
So if you're still in that stage,
Have you had, I'm sorry, have you had a chance to speak to Tim about that at all?
Yes. Well, I didn't. My permit manager talked to Tim.
Okay.
Mhm.
I mean, about the revised ideas.
Right, about, yep.
So I would just say that we have not talked about that. We had a conversation
With-
the day that I offered the feedback, and she did not tell me at that time that they were interested in expanding their signage. The fundamental content of my, review included, I think, really two components. One, the way the application was presented, or the way I saw the graphic material, is simply the relationship of the size of the sign to the size of the building. And I think that's the way the code is written. And I said that by those terms, I don't know how we could turn them down. Given that it's subject to design review in the downtown overlay district, the next point seems to be, to me, more relevant to the district and the fabric and the urban condition of the district. And that is that the reason this building looks like it wants big signs is that this building is designed as a big box retail in a kind of strip exurban context. That context is very, very unlike our context. We have a downtown, walkable, sight distances are very short, travel speeds are very slow, travel modes are much more varied. So for a sign to, for signage at a building like this, despite the fact that the building itself, through its composition, sort of begs for more signage, the context of the district and the downtown do not beg for that more signage. My opinion is that signage more effective here and more suited to the district would be oriented toward the entry to the business. It looks now sort of lost on the building because it's relatively small signage seeking to brand the building. You can succeed at better branding the building by making that signage fill the available space as Walgreens did. That would succeed for the building. Unfortunately, that's not success for the district than the context, because the building isn't, the purpose of the building is not to communicate a brand. It's not to be a brand icon visible at high speeds from great distances. That's the context of a kind of ex-urban strip shopping circumstance, and it is the kind of architecture that happens to be put there. I think the better, more sensitive move would be to have the signage be responsive to the greatest extent it can be to the context, migrate it closer to the entries, closer to the ground, seek not to brand the building, but identify the business and the entry. Happy circumstance, you happen to be in a town that has a new cultural district, has a mural program. So when you have a sign that's big, when you have a building that begs for graphics and a context and a business that wants those things to migrate to the entry, it seems to me there might be a happy circumstance where the building could get some graphics that find ways to communicate the values and the missions of the hospital without necessarily branding it Emerson, clinic. It could be, a healthcare and community-oriented mural of some sort. It seems to me that would be a win-win.
Okay.
It would be, I don't know if our bylaw would allow us to reject it, but it seems to me that the spirit of the district and the spirit of design review would be sort of subverted if the result was that somehow we ended up with a building that was more emphatically branded and succeeded in making it fit our context less well.
Okay. So, but keeping the signs that were proposed at the size that they're at, not to increase them, but perhaps maybe move the signs in the back around? Would you think that
I
would
would
be appropriate?
encourage you to associate the signage with the entry, with access points,
Right.
and not with the whole building.
Right.
Pull
Yeah.
them down and pull them over toward the entry.
Pull them down.
So right now, they're proposed to be above the canopy.
Right.
So for a pedestrian on the sidewalk, the canopy would prevent me from actually reading that signage. Right?
Mm-hmm. I would just think it'd be more of a destination than a pedestrian thing to it. You know what I mean? Like if you're going to the Emerson Hospital, I assume you'd made an appointment and that's, so for me, the entry points are.
Let's bring that offline.
Yeah, let's bring us back here.
Okay, so I think what I'm going to do is go back and explain to the customer that you would be open to removing the blade, maybe moving the monument, and then adding a sign perhaps to the back where we were talking maybe another entry point, and then proposing that at the square footage that it comes out with, right?
Although I'd encourage you to continue your conversation with Tim as well.
Okay. Good. Great. Okay, so I guess
Thank
we'll
you.
move on.
June 11th.
June 11th. Can't wait.
Let's put it first, huh?
Motion to vote on that one? I move to continue to June 11th.
Second.
Thanks.
All in favor? Thank you. Okay, I move that we approve the minutes from April 9th. No? You want to just, 20 seconds, 10 seconds.
All right.
I didn't read them.
All right, they're both good.
Bill read them. Good enough for all of us.
Once again, I move that we approve the minutes from April 9th, 2019.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. They're approved. See?
To adjourn.
We got both sets of those?
Another one, too.
What's the date?
April 23rd, April 9th.
I read the April 9th.
All right.
I move we approve the minutes from April 23rd.
Second.
All in favor? All right.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, I move to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
You guys closed the hearing, that's pretty good.
Oh, guys, I forgot to give you the town.